Hello everyone, and welcome to episode 6 of this video series I'm putting together to go through the text of a manuscript that's known as the Kolbrin. So I'd imagine that most of you would have watched videos 4 and 5, which were the parts 1 and 2, where we discuss Osiris and the Sons of Fire. So today will be part 3, where we'll be going through additional stories about Osiris. And we'll be going through a fairly long chapter, which is one of my favorites that talk about Osiris. And what I like about it is that it really seems as though it's from a chapter that was personally written by Moses himself. So we'll be going through that. So like always, I'd like to just highlight the song that was used for the introduction passages there. Many of you may have recognized the song, although it's a cover version, but the song itself is from an artist known as Avicii. His real name was Tim Bergling. Now, unfortunately, he passed away in 2018, and he was quite young at 28 years old. But yeah, I've shown this passage before, but I'll show it again here. This is a passage from Jesus where he says, "This is the message handed down through the ages. This is the message of all true spiritual teachers, all poets, musicians, and artists, all who beautify and glorify life, convey only the same message in infinite variety of expression." So, I like to think that, his music was quite popular and a lot of people enjoyed it. So, we'll be talking in later videos about the meaning of life and our souls in heaven and things like that. And that's the thing, I will be talking about how it is definitely sad when people die at such a young age. But that's the thing, there's a lot to talk about that. But at the end of the day, we're eternal souls. And, since his music really inspired a lot of people, I would imagine that he's doing all right on the other side. But yeah, like I mentioned, the song, it's a cover. So it's a cover by someone who goes by the name Cornelius Link. And I actually really like his cover. So he makes what's called bardcore versions of popular songs. And what I like about it and why I think it's appropriate to add for the intro to these videos is that I find that these bardcore versions make the songs sound more ancient. So that's the thing, I kind of like that. And actually, I'll be using a few of his songs in other videos too, where that's the thing. I actually like how it takes like popular songs from today, but it makes it sound a little bit more ancient. So if you liked it, there's a link in the description to the song. So today we'll go through two main chapters that describe Osiris here. So we'll first start with a chapter from the Book of Origins, which is called the Tale of Hewe. And then after that, we'll go through chapter 23 of the Book of Manuscripts, which is just called Annexed Scroll 1. And this is the one I was talking about, where it seems to include a personal message from Moses. Afterwards, we'll go through a few chapters from the Book of Gleanings of a character named Yosira, where it really does seem as though Yosira is meant to represent Osiris. And like I've mentioned in previous videos, it seems as though all of the stories and chapters in the Book of Gleanings were written by those with Moses and potentially after the Exodus. So then before closing the chapter, we'll go through, that's the thing, like in the Kolbrin, there's so many I call them like random scrolls and chapters here and there that don't necessarily pertain to, like the biblical stories or Moses and things like that. So yeah, it'll be a little bit of a detour, but we'll go through some passages from a chapter where it's from an ancient Egyptian physician. And after that, we'll close the video by providing a bit of a summary about Osiris, and then we'll be transitioning to videos 7 to 9, which will be about Moses and ancient Egypt. Okay, so we're going to start with reading through chapter 6 of the Book of Origins, which is called the Tale of Hewe. And like I say, usually during the videos, I'm not sure if it should be pronounced like Hewe or Hewe or things like that. So, I'm not the authority on how they should be pronounced. And yeah, I guess for this chapter, I find that the passages in the Book of Origins, the way it's written, it's a little bit difficult sometimes to read through it. And that's the thing, I'm not professional when it comes to reading these sorts of things. So yeah, I'll do my best, and yeah, I hope it's okay to follow through here. So yeah, this chapter is a tale about the great Hewe, who, as we'll read in these passages, he could be the reason for the notions of an Aryan race, because we'll see he comes from the fabled advanced people, and he appears to have actually settled in the land where the ancient people of Britain are from. And now note that these first people of Britain, before Hewe's arrival, were likely Stone Age tribes who had not yet discovered agriculture or developed skills like writing. And I mentioned it in the previous video. That's the thing. It seems as though in the story of Osiris, he had visited 3 main areas. So it seems like he visited the people who later became ancient Egypt. As we read in the previous video, he traveled to the eastern quarter where they established a city. And in the passages we discussed in the previous video, it makes references to the land of the sons of fire. And it'll be a group effort once more people are aware of these texts to kind of study them and decipher them. But I think that when it talks about the land of the sons of fire, it seems as though they had an establishment in the north. And actually, we also read a flood story from the Book of Origins during video 3 about the flood, where it described how it was the flood tale was talking about from the perspective of the common people who were in Britain, and after the flood they had witnessed not just one but a few ark-like ships who came. So that's the thing. We'll be going through this chapter here, which is a story. So it does have story elements, right? It's called The Tale of Hewe. But in terms of how it all fits together, it seems as though after the chaotic biblical flood, there were a few ships that arrived in Britain, or at least maybe it was somewhere else in Europe, of the people who later went to Britain. And it seems as though I think Osiris arrived there later. Because again, I'm assuming that people watching this video would have watched the previous videos, but in one of the flood stories where it was that those personal journal entries, it seemed as though Osiris's ship had, after the chaotic flood, the ship was landlocked. And I believe that that's with the people who were the ancient Egyptians. And then it was just later that he left there and rejoined Thoth. So I believe that potentially Thoth had first arrived, and that's maybe why it's called the Land of the Sons of Fire, where he arrived in the north, and then Osiris joined him later. So yeah, just a little bit of background there. Now, the later passages from this chapter also contain a story of a battle between Hewe and his people against darker people, where it describes, they refer to them as dwarves. However, as we'll see, eventually a mix of both people led to the foundation of a... well, that's the thing. There's actually, again, it's hard to say because of when these texts were translated and things like that. And as we know, like the story of Osiris seems to have been from over 12,000 years ago, but it does actually make a reference to London. So, and I think there's, again, I'm not a historian or archaeologist, but I believe there have been some archaeology like at London, where London is, that are like very old. So who knows? But yeah, so before we start going through the passages, at the end of the day, I just want to say that, this is a story, so there are story elements, but it does really seem as though Hewe is meant to represent Osiris. So passages 1 and 2 introduce the great Hewe, who came from a land referred to as Hefa, which might be the land that was destroyed by the sea during the biblical flood. It also speaks of how he became king of the land by marrying the daughter of someone named Quitana, and she had blonde hair. So this has similarities to Herthu and Guinevere in the Book of Creation, who united the people of Caucasus, which was a chapter we read in video 4. So it reads here, Great Hewe, the strong arm, chief of the well-born ones, was bright-bearded, blue-eyed, but not over-tall. He was the bronze-bound ruler of warriorful Hefa, a place lying out in the shallow seas eastward of Britain, with a many-moated white castle and high-colored walls. This was the seat from which he ruled oft-flooded Edi Franby, gaining control not by the sword, but through marriage with the corn-haired daughter of Quitana. Now, here I'm not sure, for those who remember when we read the story of Hewe, at the end of chapter 7 of the Book of Creation, we read of how Hewe, in that case, who represents Osiris, had become king initially by marrying the daughter of Idolvar, who was of the local people. But then the chapter ends where, like, his wife, the daughter of Idolvar, had died during childbirth, and then his son, through the daughter of Idolvar, had died when a child. And it was only later in chapter 8 where he met Guinevere, and they were fate mates. And so that's the, in this case, for this passage, it may be referring to how he became king by marrying the daughter of the local king, essentially. Okay, now passage 2 talks a little bit more about Hewe, which was the land that I refer to as being destroyed by the biblical flood, where Hewe was from. So passage 2 reads here: Hewe lay off the bay called Arkist, over the sea called Mortosh, and the people thereabouts were in Kudira. They were war-wise and learned in other ways, but their week was too long by 2 days. After the arrival at Solmanth, to which he came peacefully as a bridegroom to his waiting bride, Hewe became king of the Cathon, and he taught men the plow and till the soil. He crossed the summer land, where he set up a great school of learning, and there was first taught the writings of books in the trees. The brother of Hewe was that Terran who took men of Hewe across the sea to Lador. So here the reference to how Hewe taught men the plow and how to till the soil, and set up a great school of learning. So this fits with from our discussions from the previous videos, where it does seem as though Osiris taught them Neolithic era knowledge, such as agriculture. And I'm not sure here where it says, in terms of the old land of Hewe, where it says, but their week was too long by 2 days. I don't know if that's maybe a reference to how they may have had 9-day weeks, where, and we had discussed before too, how ancient civilizations had a calendar of 360 days. So I wonder if that's maybe a reference to how 40 weeks of 9 days equals 360 days. So now passage 3 speaks more about the fighting folk who were with Hewe, and it speaks of the first faith who may have been the wise people who were with Thoth. For example, it may be a reference to the children of God, because while Osiris learned from Thoth, many crewmates that were with Osiris did fall to their carnal desires, right? Because, Osiris was betrayed by his people. Now, it mentions in this passage here that these fighting folk also rejected the old faith, which, based off of another passage in the Book of Origins from a chapter that we'll discuss in videos 17 or 18, this could be a reference to the beliefs of the primitive tribe in Britain before the arrival of the more advanced humans. I'll admit, when it comes to the old faith and the first faith, and that's why we'll discuss it more in video 17 and 18, it's a little bit confusing. So again, my interpretation might not necessarily be correct. But we'll discuss that in later videos. So passage 3 reads here: The fighting folk who came with Hewe were outstanding among others, being fair-headed, light-eyed, soft-spoken, tall and slim, upright, big-muscled, honorable, brave, and musical. Yet they were not of the first faith, and spurned the old faith. Nor were they with us, but they were akin to the true folk of this green isle, and kindred to the brave ones across the land-bound sea. They were not stone builders, though they rebuilt sky-bound more Corvivit, the great gate hall which the dark ones call Shindekra, even to this day. This is the hall of the horse stones. Okay, so now passages 4 to 6 begin the story or tale of Hewe. So we see that Osiris and his people were likely the reason why there are historical notions of an Aryan race of sorts. And he also fought the Femen, who it seems to be a reference to like in some chapters of the Kolbrin, especially in the Book of Origins, they refer to as dwarves. But then in the Book of Creation, including in the Fabled Garden story, they're called yoslings. And we also see from this passage how it really does seem as though Osiris is one who helped usher in the Neolithic era with introducing knowledge of agriculture. So the passages read here, it says, "This is the tale of Hewe, the strong-armed wielder and the man-smiter, child of the Aryan, which was given to us by our house-building forebears. But the days of this generation are lost. It concerns the Aram, with whom he fought, who were the Famen of other times. Hewe of the sun-filled heart, lithesome as the willow, sturdy as the oak, fair-skinned, blue-eyed, straight-tongued, peace-minded, not strife-seeking, yet war-wise. This was he who led the glory gleamer folk. He gave merry life to the green-grassed heart of Britain, flower-meadowed, sparkling streamed, water-veined. He brought to these sand-bangled shores the high-hearted race of iron-muscled, horn-handed freemen. He, the son of wood-grit fields, first turned the sod of Britain in hill-tearing brown furrows, upon the high slopes. He made the soil to be uplifted, overturning it upon the winter-held grain. He first brought the long ox-drawn field rakes and carried fertility to the pasture lands. Winters were no longer times of hunger, for now all ate without stint from hide-lined cellars filled with fire-dried corn." So this is where this whole passage here talks about, kind of agriculture, but this is where we see, especially the last passage here where it says, "Winters were no longer times of hunger, for now, they had cellars filled with fire-dried corn." So, this really helps to illustrate just the impact and why it is that the knowledge and essentially these seeds of wisdom that Osiris and the Sons of Fire spread across the world, like this really helps to show just how important it was to allow for groups of people to develop larger populations and eventually into nations and civilizations. And I had discussed it in the introduction video where that's the thing, here, like it makes some very apparent descriptions, in the previous, I'll just go to the previous slide where it says, child of the Aryan, and then here, fair-skinned, blue-eyed. And, in video 5, we read about how the Sons of Fire with Osiris went to the eastern quarter and that there was a lot of fighting in between them. So, I went over it in the introduction video, but there is a notion in our history now, again, exactly when this happened, I'm not sure, but there is a bit of a notion of an Indo-Aryan race who went to India and that there was fighting. So that's it. I mean, like that's a bit of a controversial topic, which we'll be discussing in video 17 and 18. But yeah, this is just kind of how it seems to all fit together. So now passages 7 to 10 list many more things that Hewe brought to the land. And as we'll read, times were good. So just as a note, these are a bit confusing to read, but they do give some insight into how our extremely ancient ancestors described the wonderful gifts that were brought to the land by Osiris and the few noble humans who survived the flood over 12,000 years ago. So it's through their labor and sacrifices that these primitive humans were taught a template of how to live, which began humanity's upward ascent that brought us to where we are today. So I'll try my best to read through these passages here. It says, "Cabbages and onions, peas and ghoul gift, forest gleaning of womenfolk, grew in tended soil, staked plots in the forest glades, cattle gifts of cheese and curd cake, fire-dried flesh of summer-fattened beast, nuts and brown herbs were the winter fare. Men wandered freely from place to place, wood-wending paths directed their feet, patient beastback bore the handiwork of men in bursting hide bags. Never were the ever-welcome wanderers waylaid with evil intent. On stout-hewed house pillars, sheathed swords slept in silence companionship with decorative shields. The old ones slept beside glowing hearths, contented the womenfolk, happy the children, peaceful the hefty, wide-handed, brief-bearded men. They had found Castira and were content, warm clothed against the winds of winter, hide headdressed, black cloaked, long tunicked, breast belted, Kartak ornamented, they lacked little for content. The summer pourer of the rainbow smiled over fertile flowering pastures, playgrounds of mirthful maids, on green carpets, the young ones skipped to the maiden wakening dance. Flute playing, youths and clapping singers gathered around the herbew pails, oft told the old tales, oft sung the songs of yore. Not for these the earth hold house, the bewaffled roof covering. High rafted the roofs over the eating hall, broad beamed the guest hall, high raised the host hall, sturdy timbered the roof holding posts, hide hung shielding the slumber rooms. Bracken bench beds gave restful repose to the toilers of the day. So, okay, I hope that was at least relatively understandable. Okay, so now passage 11 indicates that there were 12 councilmen who were appointed to govern the people. It also indicates that Hewe taught the people about the 4 seasons. So it reads here, 12 was the number of the councilmen, wise the judgments given by the wisp-haired, hoary-headed, bronze-bangled ones who sat on the oak trunk seats. These were the times when days received their names and weeks their numbering. The coming of the moon was made known, and daylight was divided into 4 parts, right? Like these are the 4 seasons. And here it says, the 3 parts of night were named, and the 2 times of eating. Men knew the 4 divisions of the year, and their names were known. So this too, again, the 4 divisions of the year for the seasons. And I'll just make a note. I mean, this is just a note where, from this chapter in general and the previous slides, it's just, again, I find it very, once you dig through these texts, I find it to be a very shallow argument to say that the text in this manuscript is a hoax. It's like, why would someone write, again, I mean, the texts kind of vary in terms of, there's some that are very understandable and incredibly well written, but reading through these here, to me, it really kind of gives, it really does seem as though these may have been from, incredibly ancient writings. And because that's like, I really do think it's a shallow argument to say that, oh yeah, this was just all written as a hoax. Okay, so now passage 12 speaks of Hewe teaching the people a belief similar to how the sun is representative of God, but we also see how the wise Britons believed in something closer to the one God, essentially like God, the Supreme Spirit. And so this is also aligned with the some of the chapters we read in the previous videos about Osiris, where it does seem as though Osiris and the Sons of Fire made the conscious decision of teaching the people that the sun is representative of God, just because of the state of humanity at the time. I mean, again, these were Stone Age tribes, so they were just not capable of understanding the higher knowledge of God, the Supreme Spirit, who they can't see or completely understand. So we'll read passage 12 here. It says, much landed Hewe taught the mating of the golden-faced sky spirit with the lady of life. Their son, the godling of greenness, was never unknown in this sea-necklaced land. He was the never-tiring teacher of truth, but this was not he whom the Britons worship, that one being not a man, but an invisible spirit, which I think is a reference to the Supreme Spirit. So passages 13 and 14 speak of different people who were in different regions before Hewe arrived. So here it says, before Hewe, folk saw at night only by the ruddy illumination of firelight, or its child the flaming firebrand. But he gave them fat lamps, feeding on the floating residue of flesh. Not yet light from the bee. Not yet were the fiery forges set up in this land by brawny, brown-eyed smithmen, their squat, four-wheeled work-wain, ox-drawn through forest ways. Peaceful the lush green land, peaceful all that dwelt between surging seas. From Partain, the fine bright bronze work, the big-bellied pots. From Longaset, the hides and hornwork, the work of strange smiths. From the licky, earth-hidden things borne away in far-faring boats. From Setnaspor, the hard, sharp stone tools, the ripe corn cutting knives. So again, like, these passages are quite difficult to read through, but this is where I think potentially historians will be able to draw some new conclusions in terms of just, because that's the thing, again, like what we're reading through here could push back what we know as like written history thousands and thousands of years earlier than what we currently today understand as ancient history. Where, like for light here, it says, it talks about before Hewe, but then it says, but he gave them, so this is Hewe, like, but he gave them fat lamps feeding on the floating residue of flesh. So it seems like maybe one of the ways that they then had torches or lamps was they would use the fat of the animals that they had as a fuel source for light. Okay, so next we're going to read through a fairly long set of passages from passage 15 to 25, which are a story of a battle between Hewe's, Aryan people and who they call the darker dwarven people who lived in the land prior to Hewe's arrival. It also introduces someone named Orma and her daughter Wenda, who were loyal to someone named Lopik, who is described as a battle chief of the dark people. Now, it seems as though Orma, Wenda, and all they refer to them as hag women, were taken, possibly including maidens from Hewe's people. But eventually Hewe's side wins and Wenda is safe. So again, like all these passages, these are a bit difficult to read through, so I'll do my best here. So passage 15 starts, yearly from the Aram at Heroganos came the tribute of murky maidens, mothers of the stud brood, workers with hillside herds and forest feeders, gatherers of wood and fruits. Never had the tribute been withheld. Well were the Aram instructed. Enoch the collector, chooser of bright-eyed murky maidens, came always with the best fitting ones for mothering the stud brood. What of Wenda, non-bedridden, daughter of Orma, troth pledged to Lopik, the black-bannered chief, she of the flower-garlanded, throng-gathered, unbraided hair, small-breasted, small-handed, delicately weary-bodied, rowan-cheeked, somber-eyed, who spoke of her to Enoch, who told of her beauty, her ever-smiling lips, her wit, her wisdom. She was unfound among the gathering. The hag-maids gazed long at Enoch's behest into the full moon-enlightened waters, but she was unseen there. Orma was taken, and all the hag-women, every maid and every youth. Neck-bound, they were brought to the stud hall. Unharmed, they were fed and bedded. In the night darkness, the wolf wretched came, evil weapons struck silently. Sleepers died. Vulnerable backs took fanged barbs. Dectyre, child daughter of Ardan, was also snatched for foul bewitchment, a sacrifice to Gallo, victim of the bloodletting hag maidens. So essentially this is the part where it seems to describe how a bunch of these women were captured. Although, unharmed, they were fed and bedded. And continues here. Through the wide pastures, the hawk banner bearded sped. Forests echoed the horn blasts. The brand bearers' cries were heard afar. Large the council called gathering in the field of the stone circle. And when the shaft cast was counted, all cried out for blood. High-spirited, stallion-mounted Hewe, swift smiter girded at waist, bright bronze mace in hand, raised the winged war banner, and harsh the heart-gripping war cry from 1,000 ensavaged throats. Bright the gleaming bronze blades, the slim, sharp spearheads, the weighty man-maulers. Forward the hefty oak-hearted warriors, eager-eyed for battle. Tall, apple-leash wooded, the hill summit where the folk horde of Brim stood. No timber-stalked builder these woods skulkers. Sharp-stalked, wildly pitted the approach. Low stone-walled the last defense of the earth ruiners. The summer shiner was halfway down to his trysting place with earth. Fast flew the hellballs of stone, the soft singing death bringers flung by the foul fighters. Lopic, the loudmouthed boaster, shrieked loud against the shield sheltering stalwarts. Fast flew the hook-toothed blades with poison sting of death. Safe were the throwers from the stallion-led horse charge. Never ceasing was the downfall of slingshot stones. Loud were the shrill shrieks of the wild-haired hag-women, black garb besmirched with sacrificial blood. No tongue of man used they, wolf yelps, howls and cat cries toward the air. Then the shields lifted and came forward, the bright blades gleamed redly, the pain-bringers arrived among the Aram. Heavily the bloodied man-maulers fell, smashing through shield and bone, wielded by oak-like arms. Loud the cries of the Aram. Long, linden-shafted red rammers thrust forward. The barbed dart was oft no avail. So, essentially it's describing a battle, and with, more ancient tools like, slingshots or throwing stones and things like that. Now, there is actually another chapter from the Book of Origins that we'll be reading in either video 17 or 18, which may be talking about the same battle, and it's more understandable. But I'll just make a note that, despite this being quite difficult to read, I hope that one day when more people know about the Kolbrin, or maybe some of you watching this, it would be nice if one day we could kind of decipher this to come up with, the specific details it's talking about. And it would be nice to maybe even have, who knows, we could do like a video or something like that to help describe what was happening. Because, this again could be describing some of our most ancient, I'm struggling with these passages, so now I'm struggling with just saying words. But yeah, I'm hoping that, one day we could maybe even make like a video where we can describe what was happening. Because yeah, like I said, this is amongst our most ancient written history. Okay, so this incredibly ancient primitive battle continues here with passage 23. It says, "Within the wood, wicker-shielded Lopic, tree hid, stood to thrust the poisoned barb. As a skulking stoat springs upon its prey, bare-fanged to kill, the foul fighter leapt upon the battle-wearied warrior, brother of Dectyre. Deep sank the evil barbs before the ash shaft broke, but Lopic was within reach, carried forward by furious thrusts. Loud the thud of the full falling battle hammer, biting deep into the incrushed brow, unavailing the leathern protector. This was a vermin slaying. Gone were the hagwomen and nethermaids to their gloomy abode. Far through the forest ranged the vengeance fighters, many the bloodied bodies of Aram left behind. Then, in wooded glade, battle-weary eyes beheld a maiden figure, Wenda, not over-fearful, nor over-bold, small beneath the tall trees, hooded, caped, and kilted. None stood with her except a two-tongued hagwoman, cowering against a tree trunk. Silently, curiously, the sleepless, wary Aram fighters gathered." And then here's the last passage of this battle. It says, "Here was a self-given peace pledge, a ransom for faint-hearted fighters, a deed not unworthy of those to whom she came. No gallant, generous heart could not accept. Tiny indeed was she before the great Hewe. Here was no stud mother, but one worthy of being a true wife. No man indeed he who would accord her less. So, yeah. And like I said, in video 17 and 18, we'll read through another chapter of the Book of Origins, which might be talking about, like, again, it's a story, but it might be speaking of the same battle. And so it'll become a little bit more understandable. And, I wasn't quite sure if I wanted to go through this chapter here in the video, but at the same time, I just wanted to go through it as an example to show that, again, like I was saying before, like, even though some of the chapters of the Kolbrin are very well written, there are some chapters that are like this where it, I think it helps to give some sort of validity to how this could have been some, a where it was incredibly ancient writings, or at least maybe, this could have at least maybe even been a description that was taught from generation to generation, but wasn't written down. But then those with Joseph of Arimathea, when they came to Britain, then they may have written it down. Or actually, maybe, anyways, like I said, there's a lot to discuss. But for those who remember the discussion we had in video 1 about the Druids in Britain and when Joseph arrived, maybe this was written down. But again, like Joseph of Arimathea brought advanced writing to Britain, so maybe this was written down, and maybe that's why the writing is a little bit more difficult to read, is because of how it would have been transcribed with less advanced writing that the Druids had kept. So, like I said, there's a lot to discuss when going through these, but and yeah, the next chapter that we'll go through about Osiris, like that one is incredibly well written. So for those who've been kind of watching this, like I said, I know it's a little bit difficult to read through, but yeah, we'll move on to next other chapters. But yeah, first we'll just finish this chapter here. So passages 26 to 31 end the story with indicating that Lur, the grandson of Wenda the Wise, built the first house on the land where London now stands. And it also includes several sayings from Wenda the Wise. So here, starting in passage 26, it says, "It was Lur, grandson of Wenda and Olva, who built the first house on the place where walled London now stands. These are the sayings of Wenda the Wise." So here it says, "The woods are havens for the heavy-hearted, for trees soak up sadness. The lofty trees, sheltering sheet of forest dwellers, whisper soothing words to the worried. The only true friend is the tongueless tree." So, I mean, I think this is wisdom that still applies today. Like we know, sometimes taking a walk in nature, especially just quiet and maybe on your own or with someone else, but just like, you're just hiking. Like there's something special about that, right? So maybe this is some of the wisdom from a very long time ago that still applies. And then passage 28 here says, "The most painful ills are the heart-smiting ones. Therefore, never leave it unshielded. A high-sounding title is a poor wood-waif, unless it is parented by eminent virtues. The treetops bow in homage to the winter winds. Forest creatures are lean, and sheep no longer graze on the summer pastures. Woe to him, say the whistling winds, who sacrifices his honor for worldly gain." So again, this is actually quite good wisdom in terms of, it seems to infer that, if you focus too much on material things, or even, a high sounding title is a poor wood-waif, it seems to be inferring that things of the earth, like, titles or material things, don't really lead to spiritual content. And in passage 29 here says, "The chill arrows of winter cleave the fall air. Within the home a warm fire, and low conversation is pleasant, but much talk unguards the tongue, and to dishonor a confidence is the sign of weakness." So maybe this one's kind of saying, when it comes to talking, less is more sometimes, because if someone just talks a lot, and that's where it leads to gossip, and then that could lead to discord of some sort. So these are going to be the last two passages here. So passage 30 says, "The brow of the hill is white with snow, and wild birds search diligently for food. Squirrels sleep soundly, dreaming of nut hoards. The wind whistles through the walls, wickerwork. Then call to mind that when winds of adversity blow, the fire of friendship comforts, but prefer to be a fire tender, not a fireside squatter. I like this one. So, I mean, there's a few parts. Actually, like, it's, you know, it seems to, it helps to show that they actually had a pretty good understanding of nature. You know, they would have observed that during the winter time, squirrels sleep soundly, dreaming of nut hoards. So, you know, maybe they had noticed how squirrels will, you know, accumulate a lot of nuts for over the winter time. But I like this last sentence where it says, to call to mind that when winds of adversity blow, the fire of friendship comforts, right? So it just helps to highlight how comforting it is to have true friendship. But then I like this last part especially more, where it says, but prefer to be a fire tender, not a fireside squatter. So, I mean, for those who know, you know, when you have a fire, like the fire tender is the one who makes sure and, you know, will add wood to the fire instead of being just a fireside squatter where you're just kind of sitting behind and enjoying the fire. You know, it's encouraging you to labor, to help, instead of just being you know, standing by and not doing anything. Again, then the last passage here, it says, having no feelings, the fish is chaste. What claim to virtue has a woman chaste as a fish? As a bench bride's love flowers in dark corners, can sweetness be anticipated from its fruits? The woman surrendering to a true man has become a conqueror. No lover of children, the bench bride, or she would not act as she does. The bench bride's love is consummated in darkness, for darkness is the befriender of shame. Tarnished or inferior, love sold cheaply. That is the bench bride's bargain. So yeah, this last one may be a little bit confusing to read through, but essentially, I mean, it's, you know, it's talking about women, and we'll read through later chapters where from the Egyptian text where it talks a little bit better between the wisdom in terms of like the difference between a chaste woman and the harlot. And I believe here the bench bride is maybe more the harlot, because it says, you know, the bench bride's love is consummated in darkness, for darkness is the befriender of shame. And but yeah, this one's a little bit confusing to read, but yeah, so that's the thing. A lot of the passages from this chapter describing the battle, it's quite difficult to read through. Although if you go, you know, word by word, and it, you know, it's possible to maybe understand like it was a very primitive battle and the sorts of tools they used. But I do like these last passages where it's, you know, wisdom from Wenda the Wise. Okay, so now we're going to move on to a chapter that's much well written. And like I said, it's one of my favorite chapters that talk about Osiris. So this will be chapter 33 from the Book of Manuscripts, which is called Annexed Scroll. So yeah, it's quite a long chapter, but it's quite important for two reasons. One, it really does seem as though these are personal writings by Moses, where, and this is why I wanted to keep it for the third video, because I think it provides a good, as we, you know, because we'll be transitioning to video 7 to 9, which is about Moses and ancient Egypt. And so some of the passages we'll read is, it seems to help give us some insight as to why those with Moses decided to do the Exodus, because it describes, we'll see, like, you know, it really seems as though they're weeping for the land of Egypt, you know, which was their home, and the home of the enlightened ones who had kept the light of truth in ancient Egypt for thousands of years. But after those initial passages, then it's essentially Moses describing Osiris, which helps to show just how important Osiris was, which is why I believe that there's so many stories in the Kolbrin that talk about Osiris. Because like I said, at the end of the video 5, you know, I'm not just randomly saying like, oh, this is Osiris, that's Osiris. It really does seem as though there were just a few prophets throughout the ages that were like real inflection points in human history. And, you know, especially afterwards, like, and for us today too, you know, considering just the state of humanity in the Stone Age. And like we read in the tale of Hewe before, how it talks about the winter held grain and things like that. It just, you have to understand that, you know, in Stone Age times, all it takes is one bad winter and the entire tribe of people, or the vast majority of them could die. So you know, you know, Osiris wouldn't have necessarily known at when he was alive, but after thousands and thousands of years, it becomes quite clear that essentially, I think that all ancient civilizations came to be because of the knowledge and wisdom that Osiris established. And, it seems like at the end of the day, you know, there's a lot to talk about in terms of all the various ancient civilizations. But, even though there are periods where the people were ignorant when it came to their religious beliefs, um, ultimately, it seems like Osiris and the Sons of Fire did a good enough job where there was this balance between, the more practical knowledge like agriculture and metalworking, which allowed for these civilizations to grow into these big civilizations and to build monuments that are still existing today. But at the same time, even though there are times when they were perhaps ignorant in how they applied the religious teachings, especially when it comes to things like making human sacrifices or child sacrifices, like that is not something that Osiris taught. It seems like, that's when the false priests that are described in some of the chapters, unfortunately took some of the knowledge about God and our souls, but made all these weird traditions and things like that, unfortunately. But despite that, it seems to have carried through so that the knowledge of our eternal souls and of God, or at least, some sort of gods, persevered throughout our history. So yeah, no, I just wanted to start that or say that before starting through this chapter. And but yeah, the other part too is that what's nice is at the end of this chapter, we actually get to read a little bit about Horus in terms of like personal writings describing Horus, and so these, like, it's in this chapter where we get the best description of Horus. So yeah, I really like this chapter. So we'll get started here. Okay, so passage 1 begins with Moses, or at least who I'm quite sure is Moses, speaking of how the greatness of Egypt is gone. So here it says, "O great city, O heart of Egypt, your habitations are overthrown, and your sacred shrines lie buried beneath the sands of time. The dust of ages enwraps you, as a dead one is swathed within the tomb. Your temples still stand and ring with noise, but your solemn shrines are silent. They have become an abode for the wild dog and scorpion, and your roads are highways of wickedness." So then passage 2, which will be on the next page, speaks of the before times, which is the time before the deluge or the biblical flood. Now, considering that the destroyer event was fragments of a comet hitting the earth, perhaps it did actually alter the course of the earth, like I mentioned during the flood video. Because here it says, "Behold, in the days long gone down into dust, the whirlwind came, and earth poured out her wrathful breath, so that you were burnt. The evildoers were swept away by the waters, and the wicked ones were swallowed up in the fires. The days of the years were shortened, and the time of all things altered. The seasons were turned around, so that the seed rotted within the soil, and no green shoots came forth to greet the day. All buds withered upon the vines, the land lay dead under its gray shroud. The moon changed the order of her ways, and the sun set himself a new course, so that men knew not where they were, and all were afflicted. The stars swam in a new direction, and the whole order of things was changed. Yet, O Egypt, even from those days of calamity you emerged unbroken, and your spirit intact, your heart unshaken. What has happened to you, O land of mine?" And, this is one of the parts where, I'm not sure. Again, I'm hoping that once more people know about the Kolbrin and study these, we can help decipher these texts a little bit better. But I'm not sure whether those with Moses truly believe that the land of Egypt was the land that existed before the flood. My thoughts are that it's not the exact same land, because in some of the flood stories, it talks about the cities being destroyed, and, sea levels had risen a little bit. But at the same time, let's say I'm not sure if these inferences to, yet, O Egypt, even from these days of calamity, you emerged unbroken. I'm not sure whether those with Moses believe that like the actual physical land of Egypt is the land where there was these people before the flood. And for all we know, maybe it was. I'm not sure. I mean, some of the flood stories talk about the western lands, and even some of the texts from Moses speak that. But at the very least, I think that maybe some of these references is meant to show that those in ancient Egypt may have believed that Egypt was the spiritual continuation of the people before the flood. So now passages 3 and 4 are lamentations from Moses for the land of Egypt, his home that he is leaving. So here it reads, "Weep for the spirit now departed, weep for the betrayed gods, weep for the great God so high above them that you scarcely knew him. Weep for the destruction that has befallen you. Weep for all the beauty and glory that have gone down into the dust. Weep for eternal ages, and sleep forevermore. Your spirit has departed, your life has ebbed away, your vitality has burnt itself out, only the empty corpse remains. The generations yet to tread the earth will know nothing of you. They will see no more than the dead, dried, mummified thing. The loving life that once vitalized it so gloriously, they cannot know. O son of Kebu, forgive the people of this land for their ways. Reveal your greatness by serving those who no longer walk in the light of your instruction, even as you served their fathers in days gone by." So I find these passages are quite poetic, but sad at the same time, right? That like Egypt was once so great, but then it descended, and and that's the thing. Like here, where it says the generations yet to tread the earth, it's speaking about in part us, future generations. And then passage 4 continues here. "My land, what have you become? You have left the true path of your faith and wandered into strange byways. You are bemused and bedazzled with things that disturb the senses, and have become like a ship adrift without oars. You have abandoned the spirit that inspired you and sought satisfaction among lifeless things of earth. You have spurned the stern discipline required to win the hand of love and trodden the well-worn path of carnal satisfaction. You have turned to the ways of the harlot, and out of your harlotry you have wrought destruction. You no longer delight in the serene mystery of the stars above. Your pleasures are in the filth beneath your feet. Where once you gazed upward in awe, now you look downward in degradation. Oh, that this is the self-chosen fate of my land." So again, it's quite sad, but ultimately it shows that, and that's a common theme from the Kolbrin, is that the sons of fire and the prophets encourage people to, like, it's more difficult to be good than it is to be bad. Like, it's easier for humanity to descend, and part of it is, you have to look up and live as our spiritual being. But here, this is how it helps to illustrate that, people can get consumed by the beast, as they say in other passages, where, due to our carnal desires and our obsession with materialism, it seems to be that when we focus on those, we descend. So now passages 5 and 6 have Moses explain that he must leave. He states how many generations have passed since Osiris brought the light of truth to humanity, and he also states what may be historical facts in terms of how many catastrophes referred to as destroyer events occurred. So here it says, "I go, for go I must. I depart, for destiny demands it. When his motherland collapses about him like an undermined palace built on a foundation of mud, then it is not a time for hesitation. One man cannot stem a flood with his hand. When his habitation falls apart, it is time to seek another. Perhaps nations, like men, grow old and decay. My land is old. 120 generations have passed through it since Osiris brought light to men. 4 times the stars have moved to new positions, and twice the sun has changed the direction of his journey. Twice the destroyer has struck earth, and 3 times the heavens have opened and shut. Twice the land has been swept clean by water." So it's definitely worth looking into these to see if this is like actual historical information of how many times the destroyer events occurred. And actually, like, so yeah, in the flood stories, the destroyer is obviously like fragments of a comet or an asteroid that hit the Earth. But we'll read in, I believe it's video 8, where we're going to read through a chapter describing the Exodus, where that's the thing, like the Exodus wasn't from fragments of a comet, but they still described it as a destroyer event. So when it talks about how many times the destroyer has struck the Earth, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's always fragments of a comet. It could be referring to like catastrophic earthquakes or volcanic events and things like that. And also, like I mentioned at the end of video 5, where here it says, 120 generations have passed through it since Osiris brought light to men, and 4 times the stars have moved to new positions. That's the thing. We might have to take this with a bit of a grain of salt, because there are passages, including from this chapter, where it seems to be a little bit different than what we read from other stories. And again, it's not the fault of those with Moses or ancient Egypt. It really is a process where, you inherit old text and you have to decipher them and come up with conclusions. But us today, with our, more advanced scientific knowledge, especially of the cosmos and of just like earthquakes and things like that, that's the thing. I just want to mention, like, here it's where we might have to take it with a grain of salt. Was it 120 generations have passed since Osiris brought the light of men? Maybe that's more of a reference to, since what we know as ancient Egypt today, which, if the biblical flood happened 12,000 years ago, there would have been thousands of years in between when what we know today as ancient Egypt began. Okay, so passage 6 continues here. It says, "The lot of man destined for exile is sorrow, but as a sorrowful man, I would save others from my misery. I would leave a memorial for their guidance, and knowledge to increase the wisdom of their days. Let my voice of warning ring out to all men. Let it reach even the strange lands beyond the seas, even onto Honbut. Listen to my voice, take heed to my cry, be warned, lest you, too, fall under the condemnations of destiny, lest you, too, be struck down by the sword of tribulation. My motherland, the land I knew, is no more. It lives, yes, as a flower lives when plucked and dried, as a fruit lives when pickled and preserved, or as a man lives when embalmed." So you could really see, that's why I mentioned before, these are like lamentations from Moses, where you could see they're quite sad about leaving Egypt. So we'll understand more in when we read through the passages of the Exodus in video 7 to 9. But ultimately, that's the thing. You could really tell, like, this isn't a decision they made lightly, because Moses was quite sad to leave Egypt. And again, this is where it helps to show that, like, ultimately Moses was an Egyptian, and that's the thing. He considered Egypt as his motherland. The land I knew is no more. So yeah, no, it's quite sad that it came to an end like that. But we'll learn more of why in video 7 to 9. So passages 7 and 8 have Moses change the topic with a short description of God and the creation of heaven and earth. And one thing to note, it should be noted that here God is referred to as Father, Mother, because at the end of the day, God, the Supreme Spirit, isn't male or female, right? So I just wanted to mention that, because that's the thing. Overall, the texts in the Kolbrin are very man-centric, but reading through these and a few passages, I think, coming next, it's very clear that, women have souls too. It's just, it was just the nature of writing in ancient times. So here, passage 7 says, "About the days of none we have no knowledge. Before creation commenced, there was the one Father-Mother being, and from this divinity came the heavenly twins. From these were born 3, and the 3 became many. Thus, even in the beginning, it was divinely ordained that brother and sister might be wed. From the first heavenly twins were born those whose destiny it was to be eternally married. For theirs was the divine right of eternal and undying love, a love unknown to mortals, but to which, if they would be more than mortal, they must aspire. This love is the light of life, the light of the earth, the sun of the spirit." And I think that this is talking a little bit, we'll read through in video 19 chapters about creation where there's some similar descriptions in terms of, a spirit visiting the earth and like a male spirit visiting our mother earth and things like that. So passage 8 here says, the originating divinity is called many names among men, and in Egypt his names are hidden in other names. Among the chosen ones, he is called the craftsman creator, but men and women name him differently among the people. Likewise, some say him, while others say her. It is all alike, for these are no more than the words and distinctions of mortal man. Heaven is the sphere of God, the true abode of his spirit in essence. There is the heaven above, which is a high heaven, and the heaven below, which is the reflection of the high heaven. The true center of God is in Hewe. So this seems to be a reference to the three spheres of existence, where in video 20, I think we'll be going through chapters where it becomes quite clear. Like there's actually a chapter written by Jesus that talks about the three spheres of existence. So, essentially the high heaven is what we know as heaven, like the spiritual realm. The heaven below, which is the reflection of the high heaven, appears to be like earth, or at least like the physical sphere. But then the true center of God is in Hewe, is that the third sphere, but the highest sphere is where God alone resides. Okay, so passage 9 speaks of the creation of earth and how earth is like our mother raising us. It also mentions how God's wisdom is enclosed within the hearts of men. But like ultimately, I think that's, like I said, when it speaks of men, it's like human, it's like humanity, where, because actually like in the book of Gleanings, there's a chapter we'll read in later videos where there's a prophet Eloma, and Eloma is a woman, and she's the great prophet who had children, and each of those children were responsible for, starting like ancient nations and things like that. So here the passage reads, the craftsman of creation placed heaven and earth apart. He set the sun and stars in motion and spread wide the earth beneath them. His wisdom he enclosed within the hearts of men, wherein it still lies sleeping. Heaven goes his daily rounds like a husband foraging for his wife's sustenance, while earth is busy with the duties of a wife, feeding and cherishing that which she has brought forth. Is not all life known to man born of earth? Is it not nourished upon her breast? Unless it be that they derive pleasure in company, why do heaven and earth remain together? Without earth, how could the grass grow, the basic sustenance of life? How could trees, fruit, and flowers bloom? Without earth, what could the water and warmth of heaven produce? So next passage 10 speaks of how God made it so we desire each other through our desire to experience companionship. And it states that the purpose of earth is to allow for the development of our souls. So here passage 10 says, God put the desire for each other into the hearts of men and women, that in their union the race of men should be preserved. Likewise, he has implanted in every part of life the desire for another compatible part. Thus, life endures and multiplies. Earth and all life upon it are bent towards one end, one purpose, the service and development of man. Without man as the objective, earth would be useless. It would have a purposeless, futile existence. Even night and day, the daylight and dark, serve in the nurture and development of man. So the reason why I wanted to highlight in terms of women too is because, here it says like earth has just one purpose, which is the service and development of man, which again, that's the thing. I'm quite sure like that's the same for all the naysayers. Like, no, man is referring to like humanity here, because as it says above here, God put desire for each other into the hearts of men and women. So anyways, I want to make a point of that because, a lot of, including like in the Old Testament and things like that, there's a big emphasis on men. And like I said, some of these passages, I really don't want people to interpret this as, earth has one purpose, the service and development of man. Like it's talking about humanity. So it becomes quite clear. And I will stand by and say anyone who tries to take these passages in the Kolbrin to say, no, it says man, therefore it's men and women are lesser beings, you are so lost. Like, you are so lost. So anyways, I just want to make a point of that. And actually, it's funny enough, there's in one of the chapters that we're going to be reading about Moses in I think it's going to be in video 9, you actually see an interaction between, like, it's a story that we're going to read through, but the story character who represent Moses, you see in one of his interactions with human beings, and it's on a controversial topic about abortion. It helps to show that the common people and perhaps the ignorant people at the time did believe that men were more important and that women were meant to serve them. So I guess that's in part why I want to make a big point of this, is that I think it's absolutely ridiculous if anyone interprets these texts within the Kolbrin to say, oh, it says development of man, it means men. Like, no, no, no. So anyways, like I said, I just want to make a point of that because we actually see that, like I said, in a later chapter about Moses. Okay, so passage 11 goes back to discussing Egypt. And as we'll read here, interestingly, it mentions Egypt to the west by the green, bitter waters. However, at present, and likely I think in Moses' time as well, the area west of Egypt is barren and sandy. So this is where I had mentioned when going through some earlier passages from this chapter. I think that this is a hint that Moses considered, like when he talks about the land to the west by the bitter waters, I think that's a reference to the land that was destroyed by the flood. And so that's the thing, even though sometimes he speaks of Egypt, I think passages like this help to maybe infer that when he speaks of Egypt, like today having survived the flood, it's talking about how ancient Egypt at the Nile River, and as we know today, is a spiritual continuation of the civilization where Osiris was from that was destroyed during the flood. So passage 11 here says, in the early days, Egypt was bounded in the west by the green bitter waters. There lay the land of Nilar, where men learned to bend the dead bodies, so that the earth-bound spirits of departed ones should not wander to molest them. The whole is overset with an immense rock greater than any cut by mortal hands, and it is shaped like the rump of man. It is now a cold region of long darkness, where the calf of gold shows his displeasure. Now, the west of Egypt, all is barren and sandy, except to the north, which is the habitation of wild men who dwell in holes within the ground. So here there's the acknowledgement that, west of Egypt, all is barren and sandy, but at a time in the past, it wasn't. Anyways, here I just underlined the calf of gold shows his displeasure because there'll be some more passages like that later. But, one of the things that we know from in the Old Testament was that the future Israelites, like the slaves that accompanied Moses during the Exodus, there's that whole, calf of gold worship incident where when Moses came down from the mountain with the 10 Commandments, he saw the people celebrating, these idols, and I think there was a golden calf, and then that's when Moses got angry and broke the 10 Commandments, I guess. So, but anyway, so that's why I have it underlined there. Okay, so now passages 12 to 18 is an amazing set of passages which speak of Osiris, including words apparently spoken by Osiris, as well as messages from God to Osiris. So we'll go through them one by one here. Passage 12 speaks of how everyone has the capacity to awaken their souls through contemplation of the sacred writings. So it begins here, out of the land of God to the east came Osiris, who was one filled with the Spirit of God, the first vice-regent of God on earth, truly a God who walked among men, a true Son of God. He learned by communicating with the heart of God what lesser beings can hope to learn only by long contemplation of the sacred writings. So here, this is an important distinction where it says truly a God, lowercase g, among men, and then a true Son of God. And the passage continues on the next page, but I just want to highlight here where it says, what lesser beings can hope to learn only by long contemplation of the sacred writings. So that's where I just want to say from my experience, as you can tell, I've been really contemplating these texts within the Kolbrin. So that's the thing. The idea is that not everyone needs to accomplish what's known as the twice-born ritual, which we'll be talking about in video 14. But I did speak a little bit about it in the introduction video. That's the thing. We really need to focus on this part, long contemplation of the sacred writing. So, my recommendation is that watching these videos should only be your first step. Afterwards, I would recommend that you read through the writings regularly. And because that's the thing, it's by contemplating on what's written by these prophets in the sacred writings that you get to do, what's kind of metaphorically spoken of, opening up your third eye, where it just through knowledge, you'll start to understand this whole thing of, even though you like the spirit realm is hidden from us, you get to see it through understanding. So the passage continues here where it says, "Yet he said, not all can hope to see. It is not a thing granted to men, but even he who only hears and has faith in his heart, who stretches himself out to do good, who conforms with the teachings, who is one with us, he also shall attain to the glory of an awakened spirit. He too shall share the joyful heritage of a righteous man. I, who have journeyed the full distance to the fount of fire, lit a torch there and turned back to meet you with the comforting light of its flame. Hence, there is no need for you to journey the full length of the long, weary road of truth." Because I'll admit, like I explained in the first video, I am a little bit worried about when going through the passages of the twice-born ritual that there's going to be people who are going to be like, "Oh, I'm going to do that and I'm going to turn into a prophet." But I really want to be clear here. Like, these are words from Osiris, as written by Moses, two of the greatest prophets and human beings who have ever lived on earth. We really need to humble ourselves in the sense that I think that anyone who jumps to the conclusion of like, "Oh, I want to do that, I will do that," like, I think that's quite ignorant. The intent, and as I'll talk about more in video 14 when we actually go through the chapters of the twice-born ritual, I really want to highlight here, like, this was the intent, where this is, again, words from Osiris, who says, "I who have journeyed the full distance to the fount of fire," which is on the spirit side to learn the truth. He turned back to meet us with the comforting light of its flame. Hence, there is no need for us to journey the full length of the long, weary road to see the truth. That's the thing. That's part of the intent. Like, not everyone is meant to reach the fount of fire on the other side. So that's the thing. I like I said, I am quite worried about that, where I think people who see themselves as these spiritual gurus and stuff like that. Like, I just want to say, like, me, myself, who has, like, like I said before, like, I think I'm proof that, hey, if you contemplate these writings a lot, you get to understand it and kind of have at least a partial awakening. Like, that's like, I'm not a prophet. I don't see what they see or as they describe or anything like that. But at the same time, like it says, he too shall share the joyful heritage of a righteous man, which is the light side of heaven. So that thing, I'm a little bit worried about people who, I think a lot of people who may be spiritual gurus might come to learn that they have a little bit of an ego. And that's the thing. I think that anyone who the takeaway is, "Oh yes, I will be the one who will also journey to the fount of fire." It's like, I think that's quite misguided, to be honest. Anyways, that's just my advice on that. Okay, so now we'll move next to passage 13, which will be on the next slide, which includes words from a book that's not included in the Kolbrin, where Osiris confirms that he has accomplished a twice-born ritual and that he is a prophet who has seen the truth from the other side. So, I mean, it kind of explains it here in passage 12, having journeyed the full distance to the fount of fire, but it becomes more clear in passage 13 here. So this is where it says here, "In the book of the bearers of light it is written, God speaks with Osiris. Have you measured my words in silent communion with mine own self? Has the darkness of earth's delusion been dispelled by your own inner light?" And then Osiris responds to God by saying, "By the grace of the communication granted me, I have seen the light of truth, and all the delusions of darkness have gone. My doubts are now no more. My faith is confirmed, it is firm. I am the steadfast one. I say in truth, your will be done." And then it continues here. Osiris speaks to men. I heard these words of glory spoken within the silence and solitude of the great cavern, and they filled my soul with awe and wonder. By the working of a wondrous thing, I heard these words in the sacred silence. I knew the mystery of life. I will ever remember the things burnt into my soul. I came out. When I spoke with men, my tongue danced with exaltation. And then here it ends with, these things are written. So even though this book of Bearers of Light isn't necessarily in the text within the Kolbrin, what's nice is that this annexed scroll written by Moses, it's that, he included parts that were written in other books that he had in his possession. So next, passage 14 has Osiris establishing a council of 24 people. And we actually went through this passage at the end of video 5, where it also resembles the story of Moses receiving the 10 commandments. And like I noted at the end of video 5, that's the thing, when we read through the chapters about Moses in video 7 to 9, there is, it doesn't mention the part where he went up to the mountain and brought down the 10 commandments. So that's the thing, is it seems as though, at least that's my interpretation, is that in the book of Genesis and the early parts of Exodus, which were written by those with Moses during their generation, I think that passages like this help to show that, and as we'll discuss in video 7 to 9, there are passages which speak of how Moses purposely wrote 2 sets of books. One was the truth veiled, so veiled being hidden for the common people. And then he wrote the book of truth unveiled for the inner circle of the inline ones and the prophets. So I really do think that, as controversial as it sounds, that the book of Genesis is the book of truth veiled. And so I'm quite sure that the part where Moses went up and brought down the 10 commandments, was written as a story element, where this is where it came from. Because again, this whole chapter really seems to be written by Moses. As we read at the beginning, those lamentations about leaving Egypt. So anyways, here's passage 14. It says, Later, Osiris went up into the sacred high place, and there learned the ordinances for the well-being of man. He was given the rules for safeguarding the sacred mysteries, and he was also shown the workings of the great law. When he came down, he chose the best of those about him and appointed the Council of Light, which numbered 24. So next, passage 15 refers to how there will always be people searching for the truth who will find it and who will strive to help humanity. However, here in this passage, it also notes that it's a long and difficult path to attain the truth. So here it says, these are the words he spoke to them by the Sea of Death. So he here, it's Osiris. So these are words by Osiris, where it says, these are things to be explained to none but those with understanding and enlightenment. The path of the true way will be long and arduous, its trials and tribulations manifold and harsh. It is not a place for the faint-hearted, and the oily-tongued or double-tongued will not be found there. Yet, it will never lack a pilgrim, for there will always be seekers of truth and fighters for goodness. Nevertheless, treat this not as a light thing. Weigh these words well and do not belittle the perils of the road ahead. Take good heed of my warnings. So passage 16 continues by speaking of the difficult path to attain the truth. So these are still words by Osiris. It says, the path of the true way is one beset with the sharp stones of suffering and sorrow. The mortal flesh shall be torn by the sharp thorns of pain and tribulation. Thus, it will be well to choose those who aspire to journey the true way with great care and discretion. Never overlook the sacrifices that you may be called upon to make. These are words spoken by Osiris. So that's the thing, because there was this continuation of the secret society of the Sons of Fire. Essentially, it's kind of, have discretion with those you invite into the secret society. So passage 17, which is on the next page, has Osiris speak of how ultimately, we are all eternal souls who are born unconscious in matter. So it says, in the book of the bearers of light it is written, Osiris says to those about him, so then these are words by Osiris, I am the first among light bearers. I am the one instructed by the great God. I am the one with knowledge concerning the building of the first shrine of mysteries. I, alone of those now upon earth, hold the key to the sacred mysteries. I know the secret of things that are past, of things that are, and of things that are to be. The act of birth enwraps the soul of man in a mantle of unconsciousness. It imprisons the spirit in a state of slumber. His own true self is within him, but it is as one dead within a tomb. All the great spiritual powers lie latent, locked inside, even though the mortal abode be formed to perfection. The true way is the road to freedom. It is the process of awakening the spirit and the key to spiritual self-awareness. It unlocks the door and reveals the light. It banishes all doubts and grants an assurance of life everlasting. It is man discovering himself. Such is the true way. So next, passage 18 are words spoken by God to Osiris, which includes a prophecy of how there will be times that humanity is struggling, but that prophets would then come to guide humanity. However, it also notes that humanity will reject the great prophets like Osiris. And we also, we know this today that it was also experienced by the great prophets like Moses and Jesus, where humanity will tend to reject them. So, so here's passage 18. It says, God says to Osiris, Behold the land before you. It is a chosen land for safeguarding the sacred mysteries. Out of its womb shall come the child of truth, which shall die and rise again to lead men in the struggle to glory. In the day of his rising, the earth will be distressed and know it not, nor will it open its arms to the child, which will go unrecognized and even be despised and mocked. Yet, in that day, will be produced a salve to heal the scars of mankind. In that day, when men shall have forgotten the way of righteousness and turn from truth, the light will come onto them. These words were spoken by God. Oh yeah, and actually I think I highlighted this passage in video 1 for those who've watched it, where that's the thing, like I'm quite sure that this is potentially, keeping in mind that this chapter seems like it was written by Moses, I would imagine that this is probably what led to the idea of a Messiah being born in a later generation, right? Like, out of its womb shall come the child of truth, which shall die and rise again to lead men in the struggle to glory. So I'm quite sure that this is meant to be a reference, because as we'll be going in video 14 about the twice-born ritual, that's the thing. It's very clear that there's symbology and some truth to it, where those who survived the twice-born ritual, which means they succeeded in becoming like a genuine prophet, it is seen as a resurrection of sorts. So that's the thing, both the child of truth, which shall die and rise again to lead men into glory, but then, the earth will be distressed, nor will it open its arms to the child, will be mocked. That's the thing. I'm quite sure that this is probably what led to this whole idea of the Messiah, which I'll talk about it more when we go through the passages about Jesus. Okay, so now passages 19 to 22 speak of how Osiris was, it seems to be inferring he was essentially responsible for teaching the Stone Age tribes and ushering in the Neolithic era, which we've discussed like throughout these videos about Osiris. Now, in these passages, it also interestingly refers to honey being spread over the land at one time, which is similar to this idea of manna forming on the ground in the book of Exodus. And through these passages, it also hints that the common people and other priesthoods of ancient Egypt have distorted their version and understanding of Osiris. So yeah, we'll go through these passages here. So starting at 19 here, it says, When Osiris came to Egypt, the people were unlearned and wild. They lived in huts and holes, seeking their food in the wilderness about them. He gathered them together and gave laws to guide them. He taught the growing and gathering of corn, the making of the waterways and channels, the building of habitations for the living and the dead. The gods of the people were dangerous gods to be feared, to be approached fearfully by none but those who were familiar with their ways. Those alone could interpret the signs and portents rarely granted in those days. So this reference in terms of the gods of the people, I think that's meant to infer, that these more tribal people had certain beliefs. So the gods of those people essentially represents like the beliefs of these people. And this, I think, which is understandable to us today, where, as you could imagine, even today, there are a few tribes still alive on Earth who haven't really had any communication with, the more advanced humans today. I don't like to say more advanced in that way, but, it's not the fault of those tribal people. If anything, that's still quite fascinating, but that's a bit of a side topic. But anyways, the reason I want to mention that is I think this part here of the passage, like we know today, if we just go and randomly approach one of these tribes, we might get killed, right? Because we would be an intruder. So that's the thing. I think the idea is that those like Osiris, who understood exactly what was going on, they were the best equipped to approach them and to teach them and know how to interpret how they're reacting and things like that. But it continues here. Osiris did not deny the people these gods, but he changed men as time changes trees. Even so has Osiris changed in the hearts of men, and he is as they have made him. So this underlined part here, this is the part where I think it's meant to infer that, because that's saying, what we know today of Osiris in terms of how ancient Egypt viewed him is based off of, what we've read through hieroglyphics and things like that. But as Moses was leaving Egypt, that's the thing. I think he's inferring that, the secretive priesthood, like him and the Sons of Fire, they knew exactly who Osiris was. Meanwhile, they understood that because of the false priest, and this will become more clear when we read through the chapters in video 7 to 9. That's the thing. The Enlightened Ones, which is a reference to the Sons of Fire in ancient Egypt, they were always struggling with trying to gain favor from the people, but there was these other priesthoods who had a different idea of who Osiris was. But yeah, so we'll go through those in the next videos. But so now going to passage 20 here, it says, Before the coming of Osiris, men and women dwelt apart, men going into women of their choice. But the women kept to the fires while men roamed about, though in those days they never defiled the land of another with their feet. Osiris drew them together and taught them the laws of marriage. But still he let men and women dwell apart if they so willed, though now no man lay with a woman not his wife. So again, this helps to really show that when Osiris taught the people, they were, more tribal people who didn't, practice things like marriage and things like that. That's the thing, when you really dissect through these passages, you can maybe extract certain behaviors of humans throughout our ancient history where, like it says here, Osiris drew them together and taught them the laws of marriage, but still he let men and women dwell apart if they so willed. So it was maybe not forced upon the people, but he taught the benefits of a man and a woman, instead of, just randomly having children with a bunch of different women to be a family unit or a family unit. But here then it says, though now no man lay with a woman not his wife. So in Moses' time, which again is thousands of years later, they didn't do this part where, but still he let men and women dwell apart if they so willed. So that's saying it's there's a lot that within these passages that if you really dig into it, you can maybe extract certain information like that. And then passage 21 here, Osiris taught the making of bread with gathered corn and sown corn. It was eaten at the floodwater feast, with salt and with honey. For Osiris knew the nature of salt, which is of the bodies of men, and the nature of honey, which is of heaven. So here we're underlined, knew the nature of salt. This again I find quite interesting, where it seems to indicate, because today we know how essential salt is for our human beings, for our bodies and things like that. So it helps to show that even in these what would be considered prehistoric times, those who had the advanced knowledge like agriculture, they actually potentially knew of certain things like that, where it's important to consume some level of salt for our health. So yeah, like I said, there's a lot you could extract from these passages here. Okay, so the passage continues here where it says, "Salt is found in bitter waters, which wash far off shores in the land of the salt mountains. Men who have sailed far have seen great mountains covered with salt. They lie under the steadfast stars, gleaming in a strange light. Honey comes airborne from heaven to be gathered by the bee. Once the earth was veiled within an awesome cloud, and in those days honey fell as frost upon the ground, and it fed man and beast when the herbage withdrew." So here I think this is a fairly obvious notion that I think would have impacted the book of Exodus, where it talks about manna, where it frosted on the ground. Now, I just want to make a note, and actually we'll talk about it in the next slide, where when we've read through all the stories about Osiris and the flood, there was no notion of that. So whether it's true or not, again, like, I think that's where it's important to consider that at the time that, Moses was alive, which would have been near the end, well, not necessarily near the end of ancient Egypt as we know it, but it would have been after thousands of years of ancient Egypt and the priesthood being established there. There may have been all sorts of scrolls and stories that he had with him. And again, he was kind of limited in terms of interpreting these. So that's the thing, like I said, in the other stories that we have, there's no notion that honey had frosted up on the ground, but who knows, maybe. I mean, that's the thing. Again, Moses may have had this wide collection of scrolls that he had to try and decipher and, interpret. So now passage 22 says, "When Osiris had drawn the people together so that they dwelt peacefully in the land, they inquired of him whether he knew the likeness of their gods, who none among them had ever seen. Therefore he fashioned the likenesses of the gods for them. He built cities wherein to keep them and cultivated the land. He caused temples to be set up, and in these were placed the likeness of the gods which Osiris equipped. The likenesses he made satisfied the people, so that their hearts were made glad. Then the gods entered into their bodies of wood and stone." So maybe I should have broken up these passages instead of having it all on the same page, because, like I said, there's a lot that you could decipher from this. But here in passage 22, where it says, "When Osiris had drawn the people together so that they dwelt peacefully, they inquired of him whether he knew the likenesses of their gods." So this helps to infer, as you could imagine, especially because Osiris was a great warrior of renown, and maybe, like we talked at the beginning of this video, he looked different. He had this blue eyes, white skin, and things like that. It seems like the people looked up to him and saw him as a godly figure. And so they were wondering, like, "Oh, great Osiris, like, do you know of these gods from, like, these primitive people who would have had their own stories of, these ideas of these greater beings and stuff like that?" But the part that I think it's important to highlight here in terms of understanding our human history and ancient civilizations, it says, here, "Therefore he fashioned the likenesses of the gods for them. And then he built cities wherein to keep and cultivated the land." But the part here at the end where it says, "The likeness he made satisfied the people, so that their hearts were made glad. Then the gods entered into their bodies of wood and stone." I think this is meant to infer that Osiris made the decision, and I mean, I think it was absolutely the right decision, because these were Stone Age tribes, where the idea was that he made the decision to, because like we know, even from Egyptian gods or Greek gods and from all sorts of cultures, there was these entities known as good gods and these entities known as evil gods. And the principle of it was to help people learn what's good and what's bad. So that's the thing. Here it seems as though Osiris purposely established these gods. He made, these would have been characters that he built into the stories, because like we read in previous videos. They purposely taught the people through stories. So that's the thing. I think this is quite fascinating, where you see that this could be the reason why all these ancient civilizations have these gods. And the reason I highlight that is that, I think it's important to still maintain these in terms of, like, it's fascinating. It helped to establish different cultures for all these people, but we really need to all take a step back and realize that these aren't like, sometimes when people dive into ancient civilizations and stuff, be it Hindu, Egypt, Greek, all of these, it's like there's a bit of this idea of like, oh, these gods and stuff like that. And I think this is where we just all need to take a collective step back and realize, hey, like, these are very wonderful things in terms of how it developed, in terms of cultural beliefs and things like that. And we're not meant to abandon that. That's not at all what I'm saying. But we need to be very cognizant to not see it as something bigger than it is. Like, oh, who are these gods and stuff like that? It's just essentially, Osiris, when he was teaching Stone Age tribes, purposely established these storied characters that they establish as lowercase gods, and maybe even made statues of wood and stone with the intent of future generations of those civilizations, or at the time, smaller groups of people, to have some sort of direction in terms of, one, it helped to keep this idea of like our spiritual nature, these gods and the afterlife, but it was also to help teach people like what are good traits and what are bad traits, because especially for those chapters that we read in video 5, like the previous one with the barbarians and all that stuff, you could really understand that. So yeah, maybe I should have broken these passages a little bit instead of having them all on one page, but I think that's quite important. And so yeah, on the next slide here, I do want to talk a little bit more about the, manna, where it says here, honey fell as frost upon the ground. So there's actually a passage here from chapter 12 of the Gospel of the Kailedy, where it says, where we have Jesus here saying, it says, then Jesus said, as for Moses, I assure you, he did not provide bread from heaven when he fed those who starved in the wilderness. Through me, God will send down the bread of heaven, which nourishes the world. Therefore, when working to support yourselves, do not overlook the need for the bread of heaven, which nourishes the spirit. For man cannot live by mortal bread alone. Strive less for perishable food and more for the food of eternal life. Because again, we'll go through the whole Gospel of the Kailedy in videos 10 to 12. But again, right, like Jesus grew up in like the land of Israel and he went to Jerusalem. So he would have seen that the Jewish people at the time maybe placed a lot of emphasis on things like, when the slaves traveled the desert to get to Israel, and these stories like manna. So yeah, this is actually where Jesus helps to confirm that it became a bigger thing than what it actually is. But it's also such an important lesson that, like, all the sacred scriptures and the wisdom from Jesus in particular, when we read through it, like, there's a lot of references to spiritual food, such as, the bread that of heaven, which feeds the spirit. So, okay, so now we're going to go through passages 23 to 25, which speak of how Osiris was the one who appointed the first pharaoh. As we'll see, the pharaoh and its family were meant to be wise and spiritually aligned humans who were brought up in the ways of the twice-born. And the intention was that they would strive towards selflessly guiding the nation that Osiris helped establish. So actually, I think we went through all of these passages in video 1, but we'll go through them here again. And so yeah, this was, what's interesting is this was the intent of the pharaohs when Osiris established it. But as we'll read in video 7 to 9 about Moses in ancient Egypt, by Moses' time, the pharaohs had become corrupt, which was one of the main reasons why they actually left and planned for the Exodus. So yeah, we'll go through that in the next videos, but here we'll read through the passages on what the original intent of establishing a lineage of the pharaohs were. So here it says, yet Osiris was sad. His heart was heavy for the people. He knew their nature and the ignorance of their ways. So this is where, because in the previous passages where we learn of how Osiris, approached these more primitive humans, And like he says, Osiris was sad in his heart, for he knew the nature of their ignorance of their ways, which is, as we'll read in the next passages, which is why he established this lineage of the Pharaoh. So it continues here. Therefore, he assigned a protector to be the guardian of the people, one who knew truth, who was an enlightened one who was great among the twice-born, one to be an ever-open channel to God, so that a flood of spiritual power should inundate the land, spreading bounty and peace over its expanse. He assigned to him all the people in the land, that they may prosper. Osiris placed the land in the hands of the appointed one, with all the water within its bounds, all the herbage, the cattle, and the pasture lands and beasts of the wild places, and all things that fly and crawl. This appointed one was the king, the Pharaoh, the light of God on earth, the vice-regent of God over men. Him Osiris endowed with the essence of the Spirit outflowing from God, the power that reaches towards divinity. He was the link, the bridge between God and man. His was the task to bring men the knowledge and awareness of divinity, and to preserve the special spirituality with which he was endowed in a select portion of one race. By his authority alone, all places of worship should be built and kept, and their ceremonies controlled and performed. By his decree alone, all canals should be cut, all waterways opened, all lands marked out, and all war hosts raised. Under him, all food should be gathered and stored, all men fed, and every burial permitted and performed. He would be the supreme channel of contact with God. He and all who came from out of his loins should be the ladders of light. Osiris it was who himself ordained that as their bodies were filled with the vitalized spirit essence, they should be preserved to keep such power bound to earth for its good. Such was the Pharaoh, a god below gods, a man above men. He was bound by the decrees of olden times and must ever set truth over falsehood. He was the narrow channel between God and man, one whose task was to reveal God to men. So it's quite clear from these passages that it had the intent behind the pharaohs was quite good, and also they, Osiris decreed that the whole land, everything be governed by this pharaoh. So putting quite a bit of power into the pharaoh, which made sense. Where if the pharaoh was a real, genuine prophet, then that actually makes a lot of sense. But now, before moving to the next passages, I just want to highlight here in the middle where it says, Osiris it was who himself ordained that as their bodies were filled with vitalized spirit essence, they should be preserved to keep such power bound to earth for its good. I think that is potentially the reason why a lot of pharaohs have been kept as mummies. And anyways, that's a whole discussion on its own. But I think the idea was similar to, as we talked about, setting these lowercase gods into bodies of wood and stone. I think the idea was to preserve them to be something to inspire the people, right? If these pharaohs were good and lived as intended and helped the nation of people as intended, then having their bodies mummified and kept probably would have been seen as a source of inspiration. Okay, so the passage, just speaking of the pharaoh, continues here. It says, the family of Pharaoh was, in the first place, chosen by the Council of Light. In those days, a few families were selected and some chosen from them to be carefully bred, so that all the less desirable traits were excluded. Their aim and objective was to produce men and women perfect in goodness, the ultimate in perfection. These were the qualities in which they were trained to the highest degree, in duty and responsibility, obligation towards the people, in dignity, justice, and benevolence. They were a family, a race apart, trained wholly to govern in goodness. Every moment of their lives was to be devoted and dedicated to the elevation of mankind. They were taught to regard the people as their own children, to be guarded, guided, and inspired by the finest examples possible. The family of Pharaoh was to reach out to the very summit of aspiration, to aim for the pinnacle of goodness and spirituality. So again, like I've been saying, like all of this makes a lot of sense, especially when you consider the state of humanity at the time of Osiris. Um, and like I said, there's a lot to talk about when it comes to that, which I don't think I mean, these are discussions for later, like not for the main video series necessarily, but like I said at the beginning of this video, where it seems as though Osiris was described as blue-eyed, white-skinned, and of an Aryan race of sorts, I believe there is a bit of a notion where it seems that some of the pharaohs, such as potentially like, Ramses II, I think is the one where like we today have found through his mummy that he had red hair, which is a trait of people may be of a more Caucasian skin. So I just want to highlight that, where that's maybe why that happened, was because initially the first family of the pharaoh may have been white-skinned, again, like of this Aryan race of sorts. So anyways, I just wanted to throw that out there, that because I do think there are some notions of that, so this would seem to fit. And so these passages finish here at the top where it says, while the common people labored under them, the whole life of royal families was to be devoted to service and goodness, to the elevation of mankind, to the preservation and administration of justice. So then the next passage, 26, speaks of how ultimately by the time of Moses' generation, the divinity had left the pharaohs. They essentially became puppets living in luxury instead of enlightened leaders. So based off of passage 26 and based on passages from Annexed Scroll 2, which we'll be discussing in the next video, video 7, like I said a few times, like this is one of the primary reasons why the enlightened ones decided to leave Egypt. So here it says, originally, this worked perfectly, but earthly conditions are finely balanced between the call of the divine and the demons of the flesh. Somewhere, down through the ages, the dam of spirituality sprang a leak, and that which has hitherto been hoarded and guarded ebbed away. The divinity, the spirituality in the blood was diluted. It became weakened, and when goodness diminished, its opposite crept in. So that's the thing, as we'll read in the next video, like essentially, and I like the poetry they have when they talk about this, where, it's somewhere down through the ages, the dam of spirituality sprang a leak. Maybe I like it especially because I'm actually like in my job, my profession, like I'm a civil engineer, and I actually work on like the water portion. So I've worked on like hydroelectric dams and things like that, like on actual dams where I'm in charge of like the passage of water. So maybe that's why in a way I actually like these even more. But yeah, so it's kind of like, somewhere down through the ages, the dam of spirituality sprang a leak and all that. But essentially it's to help highlight that when Osiris first established a lineage of the pharaohs, it was for good intentions, but then by Moses' time, they became, beasts essentially, where like they became very self-centered. It was more about serving the pharaoh as opposed to the pharaoh serving the people. So we really see that here in the continuation of the passage where it says, what has this glorious institution, the great pharaoh, become today? He is no more than the clacking tongue of a bell, a hollow empty shell, a vane in the wind. He is not the owner of his own time. His days belong to others, and the hours of his nights are controlled. He follows a shallow, futile ceremonial. He performs empty, meaningless rituals. He eats according to instructions and bathes at the rising and setting of sun, not for his own pleasure, but because he must. Where is the glory in this? Oh, for what once was. Oh, for the joyful days of the past. What has happened to the glorious spiritual inspiration? Where once there was purpose, now there is foolishness. Where once there was a sacred being, now there is a puppet manipulated by puppets. Where once there was a divine insight, now there are dead precedents. All is gone, all is dust, all is woe. So again, I really like the poetry in these passages, but as you could see, like they were quite upset and angry at what the institution of the Pharaoh became, which again helps understand why they made the decision to leave Egypt to try and form a new nation, despite having been in ancient Egypt for thousands of years. So next passages 27 and 28 speak more to the reality of the situation when Osiris came to the land after the flood. So essentially we see how there were two Stone Age tribes and Osiris helped to bring them together, which is very much similar to the story of Hewe, where he brought two tribes together in Caucasus. And the passages also speak of their belief in immortality. So it reads here, "Now this Osiris, of whom I speak, is even he whom the people of this land have made a god. For the twice-born who have wisdom have let it be thus. Call him man or call him god. It is a matter of small importance, for the boundary between them is not impassable. Petty men will argue about the distinctions of words, but they would be better engaged in discovering truth. Osiris was ever enshrined in the hearts of the common folk, who had believed in immortality from the beginning. It was not so much their ignorance that obscured the light of truth, but rather the structure erected by hypocrisy and pomp, by avarice and ambition. Down through the ages, this belief in immortality persisted over the official view, which held that no more than a few might hope for immortality, and that mainly ensuing from the efforts of others. In the days of the first pharaoh, it was different. Then immortality was the reward of all people, though only collectively and under the leadership and guidance of the king. Nevertheless, the immortality of the common folk and the immortality of the twice-born were not alike. Osiris came not into a land of powerful kings and great cities, but into a land of ignorant, unenlightened men. He came with 7 strangers from a land far east of the Sea of Death, a land not as old as Egypt, but long since dead and forgotten. When Osiris came, he found 2 peoples of power on the river, the people of Ro and the people of Haru, and Haru was of the body of Atem. There had long been war between these 2 people, but Osiris pacified them and united them as one. Then he taught them the ways of peace and prosperity. Now, in terms of their beliefs in immortality and some of these things written here, I think it's best to focus on what Jesus teaches in terms of how our souls should make their way to the light side of heaven. So next passages 29 and 30 speak of how another tribe, who almost seems to be described like a bit of an Amazon tribe, came to the city that Osiris was establishing, and they were ruled by a peculiar queen. So this queen called Neth represents Isis, and the notion that there was no knowledge of her father could be representative of, or maybe even the reason for how Arua was born in the Fanvar and Arua story. This is from the fabled garden story that we read in video 2. And from these passages, we also see the notion of how she was beautiful and may have been among more primitive humans, which, again, for those who remember from video 4, when we read of Guinevere, which represents Isis, she was escorted by Yoslings. So I'll read here. It says, "When men began to build places to dwell in and to grow things, they were troubled by men who came out of the wilderness. They were a people ruled by women, and though the men were small in stature, the women who ruled were tall and lean. Their only weapons were such as could be thrown from afar, but they had shields made of hide woven in a manner which caused anything coming against them to become entangled. Such were the men who came out of the wilderness and the wild places there, strong men and hairy. The queen of these people was not as the other women, for she was good to look upon, besides being a great huntress. She was fairer than the other women, even more fair than the women of Egypt, who put all others to shame. Her name was Neth, and I know of no man who has knowledge of her father. Perhaps she was an undying one, who was always there, though I cannot believe there are any such beings. Yet even in these days there is a race of men beyond the mountains whose span of life is thrice that of other men." So again, keep in mind, this is Moses talking about explaining these chapters. So, I mean, I don't really know what to say about this. The race, like even in these days during Moses' time, there is a race of men beyond the mountains whose span of life is thrice that of other men. But this part here where it says, perhaps she was an undying one who is always there, though I cannot believe there are any such beings. So again, that's the thing. I think this helps to show that Moses had interpreted all these writings, and he's, interpreting them, and some things like that where it's like, perhaps she was an undying one, which seems to be from the older writings, but he says like, it's hard to understand how that could be so. But I think the important part is that it helps to further acknowledge that in the book of creation, the books of Hewe and Guinevere, but also elements of Fanvar and Arua, because again, it's a story, the Fabled Garden. I think it helps to show that how these are all linked together. So the next passage 31 gives us another hint that other sacred writings within the Kolbrin speak of the Osiris story, such as Hoskaya in the Rolls of Record 1 of the Book of Sons of Fire, because he was noted to have a mighty bow. Because here passage 31 reads, I need not describe the manner in which Osiris went out to meet Neth, and how his bow, the first bow seen in the land of Egypt, won her in contest. This can be learned from the tales told to the people, which all contain within them a core of truth. I will not indulge in the recounting of such tales. They can be found in other places. The bow Osiris gave Neth as a pledge is the same as that one upon which men still make oath and pledge their word. So two parts, like the underlined part, this further helps to show that, like the Hoskaya, especially in the Rolls of Record 1, like it's a story, and not all elements are necessarily 100% true, but they contain within them a core of truth. But the other part I find quite fascinating is how it makes a reference to how his bow, and it says at the end here, is the same as that one upon which men still make oath and pledge their words. So it seems to infer that for the Sons of Fire during Moses' time, they had this incredibly ancient bow, and they carried it in their in secrecy as an artifact, and they used it as an item where those who were initiated into the secret society would make their pledge. So again, when you really read through the passages, you could kind of notice these very interesting details. So passage 32 explains that Osiris did not marry Isis immediately, and instead first adopted her as his sister. And it also explains that Isis changed her name a few times. And in the passage, we'll also see how they later had a son who, in these passages, is named Hori, which I think is a fairly apparent link to, their son Horus. So here it says, Osiris did not at once take Neth to wife, and this is little understood, but it was a thing that could not be done in those days. At first, she was adopted by him as his sister, according to the custom. Later, men called her Isita, she being the same who men call Isitis in these days. This is a name of the same meaning, for in the tongue of the old river people, the name became Ness. Later, this was changed to Neset, which in the old tongue meant she who was Ness. Then it was ordained that Osiris should marry his sister, and Isitis gave birth to the man-child Hori. He is the same after whom the kings of Egypt, even in these days, take their title, for he was the first true pharaoh, though others may disagree. So in terms of the names, as we mentioned here that first she was called Neth, and then later Isitis. So here that's saying, I think Isitis, similar to how Osiris is very similar to Osiris, Hori is very similar to Horus. Here I think is where Isitis is the one that's similar to Isis. So next passage 33 explains what is meant by calling some humans gods, such as Osiris. So overall, it sounds similar to how some religions today praise, people like saints, where it with a saint, we know it's okay, this is a human who was alive on earth, and after they die, some are praised as saints. Now, this passage also includes a notion that humans will lack a sense of meaning if they do not have a God, again, like these are lowercase g, that they strive to follow and emulate. So we'll start here. It says, men lacking understanding will say, I write about mortals and not gods. And this is true as it is false. The truth is that there are no fixed region of gods, where spirits and mortals separate one from the other. Neither are all these entirely separate and different forms of beings. So I think this early part here is essentially stating that like it's not like lowercase g gods are separate beings, that they were once a human being. And then it continues here. There is no impenetrable boundary between mortals, spirits, and gods. Neither is it to be understood that mortals reach the status of gods entirely by their own efforts. Gods are chosen by the people and raised to godhood by the people for the benefit of the people. If they choose wisely, they are blessed, but if they choose unwisely, then whatever befalls is upon their own heads. As the people conceive their gods, so will they be. This is something hardly understood in these days. So the underlined part, I'm not sure if this is meant to reflect that the common people at the time maybe were praising these gods without understanding that, like, hey, like, these were human beings at one time who, there might be good reason as to why, like, especially in Egypt, where there were like good gods and evil gods, where like I discussed earlier, the intent is that it's to help make people emulate, oh, this is a good god, this is how you want to live. And then the evil ones, hey, that's not how you want to live, right? So I think this is maybe what the underlined part is saying. So, but yeah, it's a fairly long passage that continues here. It says, the worship of such gods is, of itself, neither right nor wrong, for this depends entirely upon its effect and objective. If it serves the purpose of good, if it is for the spiritual benefit of man, it guides in the right direction. If it does not, or if it be sterile or purposeless, then it is at best a misleading phantom. In its worst aspect, it is an instrument of evil, right? Like if they're praising someone as a god, like that's the thing. I think this further reinforces that maybe the people at the time didn't understand this concept of lowercase g gods, because that would be the trap, right? Like if there was someone who had evil qualities, but the common people were like, oh, but this was this godly being that we must look up to in some ways, then it could become an instrument of evil. So the passage continues here. It says, when a man ceases to believe in his God, the fault is not wholly with either. Each is at fault. Each has equally failed the other. The man no longer serves the God, as the God no longer serves the man. Neither gains or both lose. A man without a God is neither a free man nor a whole being. His life is incomplete. He lacks something vital to his existence. When, from some cause, a god loses worshippers, he is no longer wholly a god. He becomes a god without ties, a wild god or wandering spirit retaining some of his powers, but none of his rank. And it ends on the next page here. It says, such then is the nature of gods, who are but beings originating as mortals, further advanced along the road towards godhood than other mortals who choose them as representatives and leaders in the heavenly sphere. If you would live with truth, never confuse gods with God, for gods are but a step upward on the stairway from man to God. So, anyway, maybe we'll have more discussion on this after talking about like the chapters about the meaning of life and heaven and all that. But at the same time, keep in mind, since this was Moses writing during his time, I think that once we, for those who've watched the introduction video, I think that once we start to go through the chapters in the Kolbrin that speak about Jesus, I kind of feel like there may be no longer a reason to have these lowercase g gods or saints or stuff like that. I think that, as we'll read, Jesus came to point the way, and we would all be, it would be to the benefit of everyone and the world today and for future generations to just look towards Jesus. And I know that maybe for people from like non-Western religions, it might be difficult because Jesus is seen as, kind of the Western faiths. I'll talk more, there's a lot to discuss that. But anyways, just with this whole discussion about lowercase g gods and saints and stuff like that. This helps to illustrate the reasoning behind it. But like I said, at least for me, and that's my opinion, I think once we read more about Jesus, it's like, just look towards Jesus, and that's really the best thing to do. So anyways, we'll go through that later. Okay, so next passage 34 speaks of the temple of Isis during Moses' time, which, as noted in this passage, was hidden. It says, "There is still one true temple of Osiris, but it is unknown to men in these days, though many others hypocritically declare their allegiance. The true temple itself is hidden behind a false facade for protection. It is still dedicated to the ennoblement of men. It still upholds the virginity of its maidens and dedicate them to modesty and innocence. It is still a bright light in the gathering darkness. It still maintains the flame of spirituality, which, in days to come, will light the fire which consumes evil and purges men of wickedness. In these days, the priesthood is corrupt, and temples are places of evil where wickedness are made more wicked by being condoned in the name of sanctity." So, like I said, in video 7, we'll read through Annexed Scroll 2, which will make it, quite obvious that, it really does paint the picture that ancient Egypt had become quite corrupt, which includes because all these other temples, which may have initially been established for good reasons by the enlightened ones of the Sons of Fire, who came before Moses. By Moses' time, it seems like they were captured by all these false priests, and it became more of a temple of wickedness. Okay, so passage 35 is quite important for the Osiris resurrection myth, and actually I did end up having a bit of a discussion on this at the end of the previous video. So as we'll read in this passage, maybe those in Egypt believed that Osiris had died from his injuries and that maybe his body was cut up into pieces. But like I was saying in the previous discussion, I would lean towards, based off of the Hoskaya and Herthu stories, I would say that Osiris likely survived. However, maybe when Osiris, because again, like I said at the beginning, I think of this video, Osiris seems to have visited 3 areas where first, after the flood, he was with the people in Egypt, and it was there where he was betrayed by his people. Then he may have joined in the north to meet with Thoth in, what's known as the land of the Sons of Fire. But then, as we read in the previous video, he then sailed and went to the eastern quarter and may have actually lived his latter years there. So that's it. I don't know. Again, I'm looking forward to when there's more people who know about this to maybe try to decipher the actual history behind this. But one possibility is that when Osiris left, or at least when those of the Sons of Fire were, telling the stories to those who later became the ancient Egyptians, they may have believed it was important to make a notion that Osiris died, so that it made it so that later when Horus went to, avenge his father, it created a much stronger case for Horus to be the king or the pharaoh. So yeah, we'll read through these passages here. And one note too, as we'll be reading through the passages, it does refer to Setis, which I think is very, very apparent. It's talking about Set, and it makes a reference to Set being Isis's brother. But that's the thing, as we read in earlier passages where Isis was made Osiris's sister, because that's the thing, it's Set is the blood brother of Osiris. So that's the thing. When it makes a reference to Set being Isis's brother, I think it's because of the adoption aspect. So anyways, we'll read through the passage here. It says, "Osiris left her people, and Setis, her brother, ruled the people of the Sand Barrens, later gaining power over many of the people of the river. He was one who was great among men. He led them in the ways of men, the easy ways, along the wide road beloved by the multitude, and followed so unthinkingly." So those are references to living the easy way and satisfying their carnal desires and going downhill sort of thing. So it continues down here. "There is no point in retelling here the accounts of the deeds of Osiris and Set, nor of how Osiris was betrayed by his blood brother, for whom he did not expect treachery, and slain at Nadit in Tawara. This was after he and those with him had been lured there and enclosed in battle. Though there had been much shedding of blood, Osiris still believed in the best of men, but he was deceived. His body was dismembered and scattered, so that none should worship at his shrine, but this only spread goodness throughout the land. When his body was united, his spirit rose in greatness above all spirits. Set was later slain by Horus, and now awaits in the dawn halls where he bids them sit patiently, passive, and at rest. Horus too awaits men there, but he says, "Arise, O glorious one, move and be active, for you are reborn." So I think this is a reference to in the sphere of heaven where, here, like we know in Egyptian mythology, they placed a lot of influence of like Osiris and Horus and in the afterlife. I think that Osiris was even known as the guardian of the afterlife. So here essentially it's saying that, when you die, if you're worthy of the light side of heaven, then Horus might meet you there and say, like, "Arise, O glorious one, move and be active, for you are reborn," like in the light side of heaven. So now passages 36 to 38 speak of Horus after he returned to the land and killed Set. Now, as we'll read through here, like, unfortunately, it seems like he could not convince the people to follow the way of light after Set had ruled, promoting an easy way. So while Horus did bring peace to the land, from these passages, it seems like he eventually left with a small group of inline ones to hide the sacred writings. And I think this would make sense chronologically with the stories of Hoskaya and Hewe, where, especially for Hoskaya, where they only had their children, like Osiris and Isis, after Osiris was betrayed. And so if you think of it chronologically, this could mean that those in the land were ruled by Set for potentially up to like 20 years or so, because, if they only conceived Horus after Osiris was betrayed by Set, then they would have had to raise him up till he was, probably still young, but like, let's say, around 20 years to then come back and avenge him. So I think the idea is that over those 20 years, the impact of Set teaching the people the easy ways really left its mark, so that when Horus came back, he was like, "No, everyone, like, you have to live this way, and the more difficult way." And the people, as we'll read in these passages, seem to have been like happy and they looked up to Horus, but they may have been, set in their ways instead of listening to Horus. So yeah, we'll read through the passages here. It says, "Horus was the staff of his father, but he could not bring the people to walk in the way of light. Therefore, the light was withdrawn from them. He ever exhorted the people to change their ways, but they stopped their ears to his voice. His words were launched vainly on air. In the book of the bearers of light, it is written of his efforts. Horus brought lasting peace to the lands of water and sand, and to their peoples he gave long life and prosperity. The bounty of the waters was theirs, but still they gave no heed to his words of enlightenment. They declined the call to spiritual austerity and discipline. Thus it came about that he brought before him the council of 24 and said, 'Go, speed on your way. Send men through the length of the land, even unto the three peoples, and warn them lest they bring the wrath of the great God, he who is the eye of the dawning day, down upon their heads. Say unto them, forsake the paths of evil, turn aside from the byways of wickedness, and cast down the shrines of false gods, who have misled you. Let their names be utterly obliterated from your hearts, and cut out from the places where they are engraved. If you stop your ears to my words, so these things be not done, then the wrath of the great God shall surely come down upon you, and due punishment meted out by the waters.'" Essentially, and I mean, there's truth to it. Like, they're saying, like, to the council of the 24, like, go to the people, try and teach them the correct ways of life. If they say no, then they'll probably end up destroying themselves in some way. It continues here. Thus spoke Horus, but his words were as good seed falling upon unwatered ground. Instead of plants, all manner of weeds sprang up to smother the tender shoots of the good seed even before they rose up into the sunlight. So this really, I think it helps to illustrate just the negative impact that Set, or at least the people living in corrupt ways, had on the people, which again, like I discussed in video 3 about the flood, this could be why in the book of Genesis it talks about the Nephilim and the monstrosities that came from them. This could be similar to this, where, you know, Set and those of the advanced humans who were with Osiris, right? Because there was the advanced humans from before the flood who survived. It seems like, you know, that's where they bred monstrosities, is that this could be the idea. Like, it's not physical monstrosities, but spiritual monstrosities. But yeah, so here we'll read, so these are apparently words that Horus spoke to God here, because it says, then he cried out to the enlightening God. O great God, I have failed miserably in my task, and the people still walk perversely in the ways of wickedness. Their feet incline away from truth. Men have taken to every manner of wrongdoing, and their lusts go unrestrained. The cities are steeped in iniquity. They are places where men practice every kind of abomination. Instead of the abode of glory, the bodies of men have become a lurking place for every kind of evil. O my God, where have I failed? What can I say to you? What can I do? Grant me an ear of understanding, O God. So again, you know, I really do think this is a similarity to the Nephilim, right? It was spiritual monsters, not physical. So it continues here with God responding to Horus. So it says, the Spirit of God responded to the cry of Horus in this manner. My son, take not unto yourself the blame for the iniquity of these perverse people. Leave them to steep in the brew of their wickedness, which they have prepared for themselves. For there is a point beyond which my administrators are not required to go. Leave the wicked and gather the select few unto yourself, for thus it shall ever be. Many will cry at the gates, but few shall enter. Abandon the misled to their false shrines. For the day will dawn when all these shall be dust borne away on the wind. Even then the words of truth shall remain unto men. Go, cherish the few and abandon the many. Hide the sacred mysteries in place where they shall be least sought. Choose well those who are one thought with you. A roof is better supported upon a few sound pillars than on many unstable ones. And it continues here where these are still words from God to Horus, where it says, Yet the day is not far distant when many shall give ear to the words of wisdom, for if their ears are stopped, they are lost. Those from whom you incline your head shall be removed from out of your sight, and they shall become lost and restless spirits. To you is given command of men, as he who fathered you is given command of spirits. So essentially here, God is reassuring Horus and saying, like, it's not your fault. You're not expected to force the people to live in the way as they should, essentially. You know, it's like they're making their own decisions, and at the end of the day, they're essentially just going to bring doom upon themselves. So now the next passages, 39 to 45, may contain words like actually once spoken by Horus, which were kept in this book of the Bearers of Light. And it's a very inspiring prayer which helps illustrate why Horus was revered as a god in ancient Egypt, and why we still know of the name Horus today. So here it says, All things that God commanded, Horus did, and when at last he lay in the arms of the great bride, he knew that the foundation for the temple of truth was well and truly laid. In the book of the Bearers of Light is the supplication of Hori, or Horus. So here it says, O ageless God of aging things, O constant one amid inconsistency, no mere words of mine can hope to make known the gratitude welling up as an everlasting spring within my heart. In the midst of my desolation, you brought me comfort. Into the darkness of my spirit, you came as a comforting light. You led me forth when the wilderness shut me, and guided my feet when they became entangled in the chaos of waters. When my enemies descended upon the people to devour them, you scattered the foe like frightened asses fleeing before a lion. You have magnified me in the eyes of the faithful. I am made great even among the chosen. My people, you have made your people. You have favored us among all others, and have granted us a knowledge of your laws, that our way may not be undirected. You have taught us the performance of your statutes, that we might conform to your will. You have revealed to us the boundaries between light and darkness, between wisdom and ignorance, between the spirit and the mortal, between the sacred and the profane. You have set the faithful apart from all other people and revealed unto us our duties and obligations. O our God, grant that the days allotted to us be days of peace and plenty. Show us yet more clearly the path of purity, that we fall not into the abyss of iniquity. In the vale of temptation, let us not stray from the path of righteousness. And in the wilderness, in the wilderness of wickedness, let us not become lost. Favor us with wisdom and skill, for if there be anything holy of earth, within the grasp of man that is truly desirable, is it not skill and knowledge? Of all things outside of heaven, these are most praiseworthy. Though these be not of the Spirit, grant them to us, O God, for you are the fount of all knowledge. When we stray, as oft men do, let not the force that brings us back onto the path afflict us too much. We acknowledge our weaknesses with humility and our failings with repentance. When we wander, bring us back into the light of your laws, that we may not be swallowed up in the darkness of ignorance. Forgive us our deeds of wickedness. Pardon our transgressions. Grant us reprieve from the effects of our wrongdoing. Give us, whatever this may entail, that which will benefit us the most spiritually. Teach us, O God, to accept with resignation the wondrous workings of your will. Everlasting glory is with you. Sanctity is yours. Therefore, we honor you with submission and service. We, your servants, acknowledge our obligations. We, your children, declare our love and loyalty. So then passage 46 here ends the chapter with speaking about Horus's death, where it says, Horus died after the manner known and was buried in glory. There is no recounting of his deeds. Then there was peace throughout all the lands beside the Nile, and contentment reigned everywhere. Many great kings lived and ruled, and gradually the light of truth was again revealed unto men. It never fails to appear when men are deserving. Is this not sufficient indication of the forbearance of God? So like I said, this chapter is really the only one that speaks of Horus in detail. But like I said, based off of that prayer and those words apparently spoken by Horus, it's fair to say, like we've gone through these videos about Osiris, like it's true that Osiris did a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of helping humanity, but from what we read here, it's very apparent that Horus also had a very big impact, especially I would say with those from ancient Egypt, because that's the idea that Horus, after he was trained by Thoth, went back and, as it was noted here, killed Set, and eventually through his works and through the people he chose to kind of live in secrecy with the sacred writings, eventually the truth came back to the land, and there were periods of enlightenment in Egypt. And I think I highlighted this in the first video, but I like this last part here where it says, it never fails to appear when men are deserving. Is this not sufficient indication of the forbearance of God? So That's the thing, I guess. I mean, I feel very strange being the one who found the text of the Kolbrin and stuff like that. Like I said a few times, if people can help me, please help me bring awareness to this. But that's the thing. I mean, I guess for those maybe watching these videos, I mean, to me, like, well, today is March 29th, 2026. Just looking at the state of the world, that's the thing. I think it's I think we're meant to have found this text or this manuscript because I think this is meant to help guide humanity back on a spiritual path, because it's quite apparent that we're falling prey to materialism and things like that. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the next chapter that we'll be covering in this video. So we'll be going through chapter 14 of the book of Gleanings, which is called Tribulations of Yosira. So there's several chapters within the book of Gleanings which feature a character called Yosira. And like I mentioned a few times, I'm quite sure that all the chapters within the book of Gleanings appear to be like new writings that were written by Moses' generations and potentially like after the exodus from Egypt. And it does seem as though Yosira is yet another story character who represents Osiris. Because like we saw in the chapter we just read, like even though there would have been thousands of years in between Osiris and Moses, despite all the, the inline prophets who came between Osiris and Moses, like really Moses is highlighting Osiris as the first great bearer of light. So like I said, there's a few different chapters about Yosira, but I find this one quite interesting since it provides more clues on what Osiris may have done after the flood. So the passage starts here. It says, "These things were written in the book of the two roads. Yosira, who is therein called Yosira, came from beyond the realm of Athor, and was the first king of Tehamut. He established the festivals of the new moon, the festival of wood drawing, and the days of devotion. When first he brightened this land by his presence, the welfare of its people was in the hands of false priests who taught that man was a double-spirited being, in whom the spirit of good struggled with the spirit of evil for possession of his soul." And just as a note, so the thing too is that I think, again, this is like Yosira is a story character. So like a lot of stories, there's elements of the truth in it, but some parts might just be story elements. But yeah, so the first passage continues here. It says, "Each deed and thought was said to strengthen one or the other of the opposites. The people were not completely deceived in accepting this. It is perhaps an earthly distortion of reflected truth, but neither is it wholly truth. In the days of old, men saw truth but dimly, for it could be only partially revealed in accordance with their ability to understand it. Truth is a light growing even brighter in the darkness of man's ignorance. And as the generations pass and go down into dust, men see more clearly. Each light bearer dispels a little more darkness, and Yosira was a light bearer, the greatest of them all." So essentially indicating that ultimately, I mean, this is kind of just talking about like humanity as a whole, where, humans started off ignorant, and as time goes by, eventually there are prophets who come, and the task of the prophets is to bring some of the light that they obtain from, the spirit world where truth resides, and gradually the people improve. But again, here where it says Yosira was a light bearer, the greatest of them all, I think that is a reference to Osiris. It helps to make that connection. So passage 2 speaks of how Yosira brought light to the land to dispel the darkness, the false teachings. And it mentions that every single human has the potential for immortality, since we all have eternal souls. So it reads here, "Before Yosira came, bearing the lamp of brilliant light, truth was but dimly perceived in this land. The false priest of those days taught that when the great God created man, he held back immortality as a special gift for those whom he favored. This is not the attitude of one who is great, and therefore such doctrine cannot be accepted. That these priests were misled themselves was not so great an evil as their misleading of others who trusted them. A true priest should approach as close as possible to the shrine of truth and interpret whatever he sees there as clearly as his ability and the understanding of his followers permit. In those olden days, no man had yet been reborn to wisdom and enlightenment. Therefore, nothing was known about the gardens of light, and men believed in the dark abode alone. This dark abode was a place where sand and dust were the sustenance of the dead, whose bodies were clothed in long hair and feathers. Men, in those olden days, knew little more than that. So now passage 3 continues to speak of the mistaken teachings of false priests. So as we'll read in this passage, essentially there is nothing we can do to help the souls of those who have died on earth. So it says, speaking of the teachings from the false priests, it says, they also believed that souls risen to glory really consumed the food and wore the garments and ornaments provided for their use. They did not know, as we do, that as the soul is subtle itself, so can it use not but the subtle elements of earthly things. Even now, incense is burned before the statues of those risen to glory, so that they may receive their portion. There are those who believe that the sustenance of the soul and its continued life depends upon the monthly communion sacrifice of its kinsmen on earth. So, and I guess that's the thing, like today too, I grew up Catholic, and, sometimes we'll offer prayers to those who have deceased and things like that. And that's the thing. I think that's a practice that should be stopped. Like ultimately, and we'll see that especially when we go through the passages about Jesus, but it's fairly simple. People live, people are responsible for their own soul, and when people die, their soul will go to the side that they have an affinity with, where if they lived a good life, they'll go to the light side. If they lived a bad life, they'll unfortunately be disposed of in the dark side of heaven. But yeah, this whole idea where we maybe place some importance into what we do here on earth that can have an impact on people on the other side, that is not true. And if anything, I want to make a point of that, because I think that, look, it's the intent behind it is respectful. And I'm talking more about people who might be doing some things today. Like, while the intent is good, where it's like, oh, we're trying to do things to help like our loved ones on the other side, I do need to point out, I think it comes from a place of ignorance, and it's actually bad to do so, because these first passages of this chapter talk about it's warning against the ways of false priests. And that's the thing, like priests today, I would say it's not their fault. Like they were taught from those before them. But the thing is, it comes from an evil place, I think. And I'm not saying evil lightly. It's just, you have to understand that it's kind of corrupt for priests to say, hey, the things we do in the temple can help your loved ones on the other side. So it's kind of a corrupt way of making people want to reach out to these priests who are acting as false priests. So I'll just leave that at that. So next, passage 4 is an analogy of how those who carry the truth are attacked by those who hold false beliefs. So here it says, as a man who walks with a lamp at night is attacked by those who lurk in the darkness, so are enlighteners who seek to bring light into the gloom of ignorance attacked by those whom it would reveal in their true likeness. Thus, when Yosira cried out against those who, while not permitting the slaying of men and women in their daily lives, nevertheless allowed a child to be slain as sacrifice, or buried beneath the pillars they raised up, he was condemned as an enemy of the gods. So I think here, especially with the last part, like it seems where it's indicating that, those like Osiris here who would tell people like, no, don't sacrifice your children. That's bad. That's evil. The false priest, again, it shows why there's a lot of text within the Kolbrin that warns against false priests, because you see the selfishness in these priests where it's like that's their job and they have these traditions and potentially, allowing a child to be slain or sacrificed. So if ever someone says, no, that's a bad practice, it's evil, they're like they use their authority in the community as a false priest to be like, no, this person talking against me is an enemy of the gods kind of thing. So, yeah. Okay, so now passage 5 could give a clue to what happened between the tribal people and Osiris initially. So here we'll read in the passage where it seems like Yosira's second in command slew one of the tribal people and then fled. Therefore, the tribal people decided to go after Yosira. So it says here, when Yosira was in the land far up the river of life, one named Azula, who stood close to the right hand of Yosira, slew a man who was kindred to the leopards. This enraged the god of these people, for the slain man's blood cried out to him. Therefore, men of the leopard came into the land of the east, seeking to slay Azula for his offense against their god, but he had withdrawn to a place of hiding. So when they found their search to be in vain, the men of the leopard returned to their place, informing their priest of their failure. The priest then held the rituals for calling down the war power, drawing it down in strength. Then, because Yosira was the overlord of Azula, the men of the leopard went forth against him, claiming the right of war. Again, it helps to show just how much impact these priests had on the people, which actually is similar for those who watch video 5. Remember there's that story where there was Ramona, and there was Cluth and the true wife of Clada, where like these were members of the Sons of Fire who went to go help the Cluth tribe, where Cluth's mother was sick, and she was successful in starting to heal her, but then the priests of that community were, I guess, upset because it kind of took some of the power away from them. Because, anyways, this is a similar thing where it really goes to show, maybe especially in more ancient times, how these people who were acting as leaders and kind of as priests within these more primitive communities actually held a lot of power. So that might help in terms of understanding, again, why they place a lot of warnings against the ways of false priests. Oops. So now passage 6 alludes to the tribal people trying to attack Yosira's people, but they failed and retreated. So here it says, but in the night, when the hostile host waited before the camp of Yosira, the war priest defiled himself, and so the war power failed to make faint the hearts of those with Yosira, the war priest having lost control over it. Thus, the war power came into the hands of Yosira, and he cast it back so it fell upon the men of the leopard. And their knees were loosed, and their bowels went to water, and they fled from that place. So, I mean, the way that this passage is worded, it's kind of, again, making reference to the gods in a sense, but in practical, the practical reasoning is we know Osiris was a great warrior like no other, so probably just came up with a better strategy, and the people with him were more skilled in war. So next, passages 7 and 8 speak of Yosira trying to negotiate with the tribal people. So it seems as though the tribal people still want justice for the murder of one of their tribe's people. And Azula, who's Yosira's second in command, who committed the murder, I guess came out of hiding and undergoes a trial. So we'll read of that here. It says, the men of the leopard dwelt within the forest towards the sunsetting side of the moving waters, and Yosira pursued them there. He did not enter the thick forest, but coming to an island in the midst of the waters, he made camp there. He had a prisoner whom he released, sending him to the priest with this message: come in peace, that I may hear your complaint and judge whether it be just. But the priest of the men of the leopard came down only to the edge of the waters, and would go no further, and they called out across the waters. What was just heretofore is just no longer, for this is now a matter to be settled between our kindred and those who are with you, for blood still cries out for blood. And it continues here. Hearing this, Yosira answered, let us be wise. There are judges above us, so let the God of the moving waters decide the matter. To this the priest said, it is well. Then Yosira took Azula into a boat, rowing him through the waters against the south wind. Stopping the boat, Yosira commanded Azula to leap into the waters so he might be tested by swimming, and this Azula did. He swam powerfully, and the god of the moving waters did not take him, for Yosira had covered the waters with his power. So the waters bore up the swimmer, carrying him in safety to the shore. So, if anything, so again, this story is kind of written in terms of like the gods and the spirits as though they have a direct impact on what's going on. But again, I think the practical explanation for this is that Osiris, understanding the situation, and he knew he was dealing with more primitive humans, he said, okay, we will let the spirits decide. And I guess he maybe knew that Azula, his second in command, knew how to swim. And I'm not a historian, I'm not sure about when humans learned how to swim, but I wouldn't put it past the people, the advanced people with Osiris, because they sailed in ships and things like that. They may have actually known how to swim. So I think this is a way to show that maybe they took advantage of the ignorance of the false priest, where it made it seem like, oh, you see, Azula, we put him in the water and he was able to swim and he survived. So the spirits of this place have made it so that he should live, kind of thing. So next, passages 9 and 10 have the tribal people making a covenant with Yosira. They set some rules on what happens to murderers with respect to their own people. So here it reads, Then Yosira sat down with the chiefs of the men of the leopard and made a covenant with them and with other people likewise. This was that when a man slays another among his own kindred, none among them shall protect him, and he shall be either slain or cut off from those of his own blood. However, if the slain man be of a kindred different to that of the slayer, then the slayer may be slain by men of either kindred. If the kindred of the slayer would avoid the toll of blood, then they must send a token to the kindred of the slain man, together with an account of the deed. They must also agree that the blood be upon their own heads and revenge in their hands. An account of such revenge shall be sent to the kindred of the slain man together with their forfeiture. Then all the kindred bound themselves with a great oath, declaring that if blood cried out from the ground in vain, then the night terrors and blood shades would be called upon to fall upon the kindred of the slayer and not upon the kindred of the slain. So a little bit of a complicated dynamic there, but essentially kind of allowing where if the one human from one group kills someone from another group of humans, there was kind of some sort of laws for revenge. But again, these are very old rules and laws where, we could tell, this is Osiris with very primitive people. But, as taught by Jesus, living by an eye for an eye and the whole world goes blind. So, but again, this is just describing a much, much more ancient time. I might have missed the exact quote there. I don't think it's Jesus who necessarily said an eye for an eye and the whole world goes blind, but I think that's part of his teachings. Anyways, we'll move on here. So passage 11 and 12 have some instructions from Yosira to the tribal people for preventing illnesses born from animal meat. It also indicates how Yosira brought forth the Neolithic era. So anyways, I say that again, it seems to be the common theme with all these stories. So it reads here, It was at the time when this covenant was made that Yosira spoke in this manner to his sons. These are the meats which are accursed and shall not be eaten. All the meat of any beast which dies of itself. All the meat of any beast which has been slain as a sacrifice to the small gods. All the meat of any beast which has been slain by wild beasts, and all meat which has been offered up on the door stones. These are unclean meats. So again, this helps to show that, us today, we understand that these were, laws set forth for the people to ensure that they don't get sick from illnesses, because if an animal dies on its own and you find it, odds are it already started to rot and there'll be, you could get sick from eating it. But yeah, this helps to understand, some of these ancient laws that they're worded in a way where it's kind of like, oh, these are the laws that we must obey. But there were practical reasons for establishing these, especially considering the time that Osiris lived. But also Moses. That's the thing. Also in Moses' time, these laws were deemed necessary. So passage 12 here says, when Yosira had gone throughout the land and purified it, and bound up its wickedness with curses, he taught those who dwelt there the making of waterways. He also instructed them in the meaning of the heavenly signs. He built Pisedi in the midst of the reed lands and drained the swamps. Then he raised up the first temple of bricks and stone. At this time, he established those who were recorders of the days and seasons. So passages 13 to 15 end this chapter and speak of how Yosira was chased away due to false priests. However, later his son Menindu, who's likely a reference to Horus, went back and became the leader of the people, although at the end it notes that eventually the light of truth dimmed over time because of the teachings of the false priest. And so interestingly here, like I said, this chapter was likely written during Moses' generation, and the notion that we'll read about how Yosira was chased away and he fled to another land. And as we'll read, it says, fled to the land of God. I wonder if this is maybe a clue to help say, like the story of Hewe and Oskaya, where like Osiris didn't die, but, him being chased away could be a story element of being betrayed. And then going back to the land of God could have been him going to the land of the sons of fire, where he learned from Thoth and all that. So anyways, we'll read through the passages here. It says, while Yosira was at Pisedi, the priest stirred up the people against him, and so he fled to the land of God with his sons and blood kindred. But his wife and youngest son did not go with him, for they were with her father in the land, from whence the great river flowed. This was the land of Kantyamtu, where priests taught that death is not the normal lot of man. These priests said that though their forefathers of old were just as mortal as men, their forefathers' fathers were heirs to immortality on earth. This is an erroneous teaching, one belonging to the children of man. But later men were taught that death is just a departure of life which takes flight with the soul. While Yosira was at Pisedi, his true son, Menindu, commanded the Meseti, who were a host of men and workers in brass. They subdued the whole land, returning it to Yosira. Later, it was delivered into the hands of Menindu, whose seal is on it even yet. After the time of Menindu, the people forgot the God of gods, for he appeared distant from them, and they worshipped other gods, whom the priest devised. The light was dimmed and only poorly reflected in small hidden shrines. Okay, so the next chapter we're going to go through is chapter 11 from the Book of Gleanings, which is called Teachings of Yosira. So in this chapter, it includes passages spoken by God to Yosira. And actually in the report I put together, we go through this chapter in section 10, which is the section where we go through like God, heaven, our souls, and the meaning of life. But, I figured instead of waiting till video 20 to go through it, I might as well go through it here just to, I'm sure some of you are interested in some of those details. And, like we just covered, it does seem as though Yosira is a character that's meant to represent Osiris. So it starts with passage 1 here. It says, "These are the words for the sons of the true doctrine, written in the temple of sacred mysteries at Yankeb, in the days of darkness, by the unnamed Lord of the secret belief, who then lived. The true knowledge of the teachings and mysteries of Yosira concerning the spirit within the body, taken from his books and rewritten truly after the custom of writing. Yosira spoke to his sons in this manner," where this is Yosira saying, "I am the vice-regent of the God of gods. I am the custodian of the books of power. I am the voice of heaven. I am one sent into Temura as a light-bearer, that a call may go thence throughout all lands. Let every man be watchful of his deeds and ways. Whosoever be watchful of himself is a man of wisdom, for he shall be saved from the terror of everlasting darkness. And it continues here. I am the torchbearer running before the chairlitter of truth. I come to reveal the greatness of men, to tell them of their immortal selves, of their spirits which have to be ransomed from the doom of devouring darkness. The God of gods spoke unto me, saying, so next here, these are, meant to be words from God to Yosira, where God says, long have you dwelt under my shadow and listened to my words. Now arise and go hence to a land where these things, of which we have spoken, can be established, to a place whither I shall lead you. For it is not proper that those who dwell there should remain uninstructed. Behold, I have given you the secret of immortality. But know that, though all men are born into a heritage of immortality, not all enjoy it. The God of gods, in his infinite mercy, plunges many into the waters of forgetfulness. Yet even from there they may return to be renewed, not of themselves, but through the supplications of others. So there's a few interesting statements here. So there's a lot to go over in terms of like our souls and heaven and all that, which we'll be going through in later videos. But yeah, first, like I underlined here where it says, but know that though all men are born into a heritage of immortality, not all enjoy it. So essentially that's the thing, like every single human being contains an eternal soul. And so those who live good lives and end up in the light side of heaven enjoy immortality. But then those who don't end up going to the dark side of heaven and they don't enjoy immortality. But now, what's a very interesting statement here where it says, the God of gods in his infinite mercy plunges many into the waters of forgetfulness. Yet even from there they may return to be renewed, not of themselves, but through the supplications of others. So actually I decided to include on the next page here is going to be a few passages from Jesus, because Jesus is probably the best teacher to talk about these things. So yeah, we'll go through here. Here's a passage from the book of Lucius. And for those who've watched the intro video, I guess you'll know that, yes, the Kolbrin includes personal messages from Jesus, his hidden books. For those who haven't watched video 1, yes, these are personal writings from Jesus. So the first one here where it says, my friends, I am asked, what is the soul seed, and whence does it come? Above all is the Supreme Spirit, surrounded by the soul sea, below which is spirit and, lower still, matter. The soul seed is a drop from the soul sea, which has been separated out and become encased in a shell of spirit. It descends through spirit and returns there, and may do this many times. What flesh is to the soul spirit, so is spirit to the soul seed. So, the reason I wanted to go through this passage here is where it says the soul sea, or the soul seed, which is our soul, is a drop from the soul sea, where the soul sea, essentially, it's like, a sea of water, but it's essentially it's God took a portion of himself and created the soul sea, where each soul is, contains part of the substance from that soul sea. So that's why I think I mentioned in earlier videos where our soul is a fragment of God, but at the same time, we're not God, but we contain a portion of God, right? So here, I'll just go back to the previous passage here. So, but the part that I find quite interesting here, like I said, is where it says, the God of gods in his infinite mercy plunges many into the waters of forgetfulness. So that's if they go to the dark side of heaven. But where it then says, yet even from there, they may return to be renewed, not of themselves, but through the supplication of others. Again, the reason I find that quite interesting is that if we go now through this passage from the book of Silver Bow, which is also from Jesus, it says, there are dark doctrines which tell of soul spirits condemned to everlasting darkness and torment. But this is not so, which means that you don't, souls who go to the dark side of heaven, it's not eternal. It's temporary. And it continues, they are not condemned to suffer forever, for after a long interval, they are taken out and recast. They are like misshapen casts of metal, which are thrown back into the furnace to mingle and blend together, coming out purified and pliable, ready to be cast into a new form. They come back to earth completely unconscious of the past. It is lost to them in the purifying fires of the furnace, and so they start again. As a lump of salt dissolved in water, which can never regain its former shape, so are they. So it's quite interesting because the idea is that our soul that comes from the soul sea, which is a fragment of God, like you can't destroy it, right? Like it is always going to be immortal. But from the previous passage there from the chapter of Yosira, where God makes that statement where it could return. So that's the thing. Essentially, as Jesus explains here, when it goes to the dark side of heaven, it's essentially like a cast of metal which are thrown back into the furnace to mingle and blend together, coming out purified and pliable, ready to be cast into a new form. So that's the thing. Like it says here, they come back to earth completely unconscious of the past. So that's the idea of what happens to a soul when it goes to the dark side of heaven. Like ultimately, it's not like God does it for any malicious reasons or anything like that. It's because unfortunately it became evil. So in the dark side of heaven, it returns back to neutral. And as Jesus states in the last sentence here, where he says, as a lump of salt dissolved in water, which can never regain its former shape, so are they. So going back to the first passage of Jesus here, where it says the soul seed is a drop from the soul sea. So anyways, that's the part I wanted to go through here, and we'll go through it more in the later videos. But, the soul of someone who ends up being wicked goes to the dark side of heaven to purify, remove all of the evil. It goes back to neutral and then gets thrown back into the soul sea. But then as a lump of salt dissolves into water, which can never regain its former shape, so are they. So I'll just go back to the previous passage here. So anyways, I just wanted to go through that. I'm not sure if it's kind of confusing, but because, I find this part here where it says the God of gods in his infinite mercy plunges many into the waters of forgetfulness. So that's where it goes to the dark side of heaven to forget everything and go back to neutral. And then yet even from there, they may return to be renewed, not of themselves, but through the supplication of others, because that soul becomes a completely new being, right? Like the soul gets purified, goes back into the soul sea, gets mixed up essentially with the other waters of the souls in the sea. And when it comes back out, it's like a brand new soul, like nothing from the previous iteration survives, kind of thing. So anyways, I'm not sure if that was kind of confusing or not, but I just thought this was an interesting statement. And that's the thing, like the wisdom from all the prophets, be it Osiris, Moses, and Jesus, that's the thing. The truth is the truth, as they say, and it's all consistent. But I really like the passages from Jesus because he really has a way with words to help with understanding all of this. So anyways, I hope it didn't get too confusing there. Okay, so now we'll go back to the chapter, the teachings of Yosira. So passages 5 to 7 have Yosira speaking to his few close allies, which is possibly representing some of the few survivors from the flood who stayed with Osiris and became members of the Sons of Fire. So here it says, when Yosira came into Temura, he gathered his sons together on the stones beneath the place called Home Tree, and spoke to them in this manner. I am the dawnlighter and a torchbearer for the God of gods. These are my words, which you will do well to absorb, as the dry sand soaks up water. Though they are words of wisdom, they are useless unless accepted by men who have control over them. They have no value to men who are unable to feel compassion for others or who close their eye or their ears to truth. You are the few chosen ones, my sons, light of my light, who shall hand the light on down through the generations. To you I give the true conception of God. To you I give this standard, that it may be a rallying point for those who will accompany us. For we stand on the borders of a land which has found favor in the eyes of our God. With us are fighting men, but they are few, while those who stand ready to repel us are many. Therefore, we will not set ourselves against them in battle array, but go among them with guile, to gather many who will fight with us. You shall be the light of the light, or the light of the fighting men, even as I am your light, and the God of gods my light. So that's the thing. I think that these passages help to illustrate the kind of the idea that we read, especially in video 5, where I think this is talking about the secret society of the sons of fire and kind of what happened, at that time following the flood. Okay, so now we're going to go through a bit of a long set of passages from 8 to 18, which speak of the beginning, when God began his creation. And through these passages, it'll also speak in terms of the creation of heaven and earth. So here it says, "The light that is with me was kindled at the supreme source, which is the God of gods. Therefore, my light shines with such brilliance that it must be veiled in part, lest it blind you. It is even as the sun been seen through a veil of cloud. It may be gazed upon for as long as desired. Seen thus, it is a thing of beauty and mystery, not something which burns and consumes the eyes of the beholder. Therefore, even as I veil my light from you, so shall you veil your lights from the eyes of the uninstructed. Yet, in all matters not pertaining to the light, you shall instruct them in the fullness of truth. In all matters concerning their bodies, you shall instruct them in truth. But in all matters concerning the Lord of the body, you shall instruct them with a light that is veiled." So here, Lord of the body is a reference to our soul, because it's the soul that's the Lord of our body here. Continues here. "Behold the nature of man. Within him is a spark from the divine source, and this is the Lord of the body. This alone is everlasting. This alone of man is his true self. This spark is enwrapped within a heavy mantle of matter. It is enclosed in a covering of earthly clay. This spark alone is the seat of life. It alone has understanding and thought. Such things are not with the clay of the flesh, neither are they kin to the stones from which the bones come from. The life within man radiates out from the enclosed spark, and through the blood endows the body with life and heat. Life gives forth heat, and the greater the life, the greater the heat. As the sun gives light and fire spreads heat, as the flower radiates perfume, so does the central light give forth a vaporous, unseeable glow. And this our fathers called the breath of God. This breath comes forth in two manifestations. There is a heavy form and a light form, and from these all things are compounded. From the one comes the sacred glow in its two aspects, which men call the breath of God, and from this are made all things, which are in heaven and earth. Above is the God of gods, and below him are heaven and earth. Heaven is divided in twain. There is a place of light and a place of darkness. Within the place of light dwell the spirits of good, and within the place of darkness dwell the spirits of evil. Between them, the boundary is not fixed, but flows back and forth according to their fluctuating strengths. But they who abide in the light shall always prevail, for light will ever dispel darkness. Therefore, those who dwell in darkness withdraw before the brilliance of those who dwell in the light. This light and darkness are not such as men can understand, for it is not the light and darkness known on earth." So up to now, it's talking about, essentially things on the spiritual side, how there's different substances on the other side, and they all originate from God. And from these, heaven and earth were created. Again, this is kind of speaking in essence of creation. But then in this passage here, the place of light and the place of darkness. So that's the thing. That's why when I talk about heaven, instead of saying heaven and hell, I like to say the light side of heaven and the dark side of heaven, because it's explained here, and that's fairly consistent within the text within the Kolbrin. Actually, I'm just going to insert an edit here. So yeah, I kind of went down a little bit of a thought process here in terms of, like I was saying, between them, the boundary is not fixed, but flows back and forth according to their fluctuating strengths. So I'll just go to the next here. I added this here. So for those who've watched video 3 about the biblical flood, so this is from the chapter from the book of Gleanings called Flood of Atuma. There's an interesting passage when, this is when the chief of interpreters, after seeing that the people had been corrupt and all that, where he talks to a spirit being. So here, I'll just read through it here because it kind of has to do with what's on the other slide there. So it says, so this is like the chief of interpreters entered into the silence and cast his spirit. And when he had done so, it contacted the hastening spirit, which men call by other names. And then it seems like the spirit's a female voice. It says her voice was heard within his heart, and it said, I am that which has been called forth by the odor of wickedness arising from the bodies of men, which no incense can disguise. For, as the smell of putrefaction assails the nostrils of men, so does wickedness give forth something which assails us in this realm. Wickedness is, therefore, an offense against us. And this is the underlined part where it says, if a man threw filth over the wall into your courtyard, would you not consider this an act of hostility? Could any among you live in harmony with those who were insensitive to your own sensitivity? Thus I am awakened to happenings in the world of men, and am now clothed in a performing substance. So anyways, like, this is a story element where the spirit comes forth, and this is then when the disaster strikes with the flood. So anyways, the part I wanted to show here in terms of how things are fit. So how between the light side of heaven and the dark side of heaven, where it says between them, the boundary is not fixed, but flows back and forth. So that's the thing, right? The thing I like about this underline where the spirit being says, if a man threw filth over the wall into your courtyard, would you not consider this an act of hostility? So I like how it all fits together, and it's fairly consistent in terms of just the general idea where if too many humans on earth are living in wicked ways, and so then when they die, they end up in the dark side of heaven. That's the thing in the stories, and I mean, whether it's story or if there's some truth to it, it seems to infer that if ever there's too many spirits going into the dark side of heaven, that's where there's other passages in the Kolbrin where in the stories it kind of talks about how the pillars of the netherworlds is disturbed and shakes, and that's essentially like it leads to a big catastrophe on earth, such as in this case from the flood of Atuma. It's the biblical flood, and it kind of fits with that idea with the Noah's flood where there's just too much wickedness on earth, and it was seen as a like quote unquote good thing that the disaster happened, because then it creates a bit of a reset. Like there were just too many human beings who were living in evil ways, which was, I'll just go back here, where the boundary between the light side of heaven and the dark side of heaven is not fixed and flows back and forth according to their fluctuating strengths. So it does seem like there's a little bit of a process where when there's too much corruption on earth, that means there's too many souls going to the dark side of heaven. The boundary goes too far to the dark side, and then disaster strikes to create a little bit of a reset. And so, yeah, I wanted to bring that up. And actually, I also added another passage here where, so for those who've watched the first video where I kind of go through the outline of all the videos, I do kind of illustrate that, as crazy as it might sound, I guess for those, if you're watching this video and you haven't watched the first one, there are books in the Kolbrin where it does seem as though it's a personal message written by Jesus himself. So this is from the book of Lucius that's in the Kolbrin, which we'll be going over in video 16 later. So this is a passage from when Jesus is speaking with the Holy Spirit. So I'll just go through here where, again, this is like a personal message from Jesus. He says, I looked again, and the cloud and wall were gone. And then I saw the brilliance was divided by lights of many shades. Where the cloud had been, I saw a dullness amid brilliance, and then I seemed to be standing before it. I looked into the dullness as though down a corridor, and along its length, the darkness increased, so that at the end there was a deep shaded gloom. In the dismal shadow, I saw ugly, misshapen things moving sluggishly, as though the life within them was weak. They were creatures such as haunt the most horrid nightmares, and my eyes could not bear to rest upon them. I turned away, and the voice said, and so the voice here is the Holy Spirit, saying, "In the place where garbage is disposed, life assumes unpleasant forms, and this is the spirit garbage of earth." So, I mean, again, like this, these texts have been translated a few times where, it wasn't originally written in English by Jesus, but that's the thing. It all seems quite consistent where, so again, this is, and we'll be going over it in video 14, where it does seem as though when the prophets when they undergo the twice-born ritual, or when they get to see the light, like the other side, like heaven, it seems as though part of the process is they see the light side of heaven, but they also see the dark side of heaven. So like the first part of this passage is when Jesus then ends up viewing and seeing the dark side. But yeah, so anyways, like I said, I'm not sure if when like the wording, sometimes the word like was, garbage seems a little bit like a modern term. So it just, maybe part of the message got lost a little bit, but at the same time, that's the thing. It's all very consistent where, it's considered that the souls who go to the dark side of heaven are considered, garbage, or here, if a man threw filth over the wall into your courtyard. So anyways, it just as I was going through these passages here where there are some very interesting statements which kind of help us to maybe understand some of the, again, everything on the spirit side, like we can't really, it's different than how it is on earth in terms of, we can only do our best to try and put it into words that we're able to understand on earth, but it to some degree it's different on the other side. But anyways, yeah, this is very interesting where when you think of the mechanics of it, where there's heaven, the sphere of heaven, and this fluctuating boundary, and if there's too much chaos on earth, if the conditions are such that people are living in a way that when they die and they go on the other side, their soul is considered spiritual garbage on the other side. Anyways, that's the thing. There's a lot to go through, and a lot to ponder about and things like that. But that's the thing. I think these are the sorts of details where we don't really see in our current religions or texts. But at the same time, if the text within the Kolbrin is truly the secret book of the prophets, where this is like the prophets themselves were writing this and it wasn't meant to be veiled in a story, it's like these are the facts. I find it quite interesting the way that, like, if you really focus on some of these details, it's like you get to really understand some of the mechanics of how things are in heaven and whatnot. And so anyways, yeah, a little bit of a detour there, but I found that quite interesting. So we're going to continue with passage 13 here, which says, "Before the gates of heaven is the land of the horizon, whence go all who depart from their earthly body. From here there are two great gates. One leads to the place of light, and the other to the place of darkness. And the Lord of the body is admitted into its appointed place according to its likeness. He who is filled with the light and is a brilliant one cannot go to the place of darkness, for it would draw back before him. Neither can he who is a dark one go into the place of light, for there he would shrivel before the light, as the white worm coming forth from the damp darkness of its hole shrivels in the light of the sun." So essentially, again, this is a way of talking about how our soul, once we die, if it's shining brightly because it lived a good light, it'll go to the light side of heaven, and then those who are dark and twisted and all that will go to the place of darkness. So it continues here with passage 14. "Between heaven and earth there is a great gulf across which the dwellers in heaven may not return, but earth is not wholly beyond their reach. Man receives from the place of light that which influences him for good, and from the place of darkness that which affects him for evil. These things may be written, but the secret things concerning them may not be recorded in such a manner that they come to the knowledge of the unenlightened men. So I underlined that just to help us understand why it is that these texts were kept secret, because that was what was taught. And like I explained in the first video, I did take a step back in terms of once I recognize what this is, I'm like, should I be, telling or trying to tell everyone? And as we'll see, especially when we go through the passages of Jesus, and I did explain it in video 1, where I think it's that time that humanity is meant to learn from this. But anyways, we'll continue with passage 15 here, which says, "That which comes from heaven, whether influencing for good or evil, comes forth as shades in the likeness of men, which is rare, or much more often as leukim, which are like unto motes. It may also come as waves of air, but not as air such as we breathe and feel. It is something altogether different in nature. Things come forth which are not stable, and these are the formless ones. All things are held in form by the breath of God, which changes formlessness, but the formless ones can alter form into instability." So again, we got to keep in mind that this is in a more ancient time. So this is talking about the different substances and things like that. Like, it's a way of trying to make it understandable about how the process works. So next is passage 16, which says, "There are 3 great spheres, and that containing the earth is held together by the great glow outflowing from the God of gods. That part of the great glow which is light and contains life is called manna, while that which is heavy and contains the flesh of things of the earth is called manu." And then passage 17, "The one who is the God of gods is so great that he cannot be defined in the speech of men, neither can they conceive him in their thoughts, for he is beyond their understanding. Mortal man has limitations, therefore let men conceive him as they will. It is of no importance, providing their conception serves both his purpose and the glorification of man." So as I underlined here, where it talks about the great glow, which is light and contains life, is called manna. I wonder if then manna from the book of Exodus, like we talked about earlier in this video with the passage from Jesus from the book of the Gospel of the Kailedy, ultimately it's meant to be called spiritual nourishment. So that's saying, manna from the book of Exodus might be symbolic of this manna, which is the great glow that sustains our soul. And just make a note here where it says there are 3 great spheres. Again, that's very consistent, where we'll be going over it in video 20, where there's actually a chapter from Jesus in the book of Lucius that describes the 3 spheres of existence. Okay, so now I'll go through passage 18, which says, "Man is not yet great, and until he becomes so, it is well that he worship the many God forms conceived within his thoughts, providing they be such as tend to raise him above himself. Nor do ritual and worship do harm of themselves, unless they, too, thickly overlay the truth so it is buried from sight. Ritual and outward forms of worship can be aids to purification of thought and provide a kind of sustenance for the Lord of the body. What are the lesser gods, beloved by unawakened men, but thought-conceived friends and guides? Yet, this is a dangerous path men tread, balanced between light and darkness. Therefore, when man wanders towards the abyss of darkness, reveal a little more light, that he may see and so return to the path. Beware, too, lest he follows gods that are false guides and would lure him into the quicksand of carnality or into the wilderness of ignorance." So we'll talk a lot more about this in the later videos, because Jesus speaks a lot about the dangers of vain rituals, where there's an understanding that, especially for more primitive humans or humans who are unawakened, it's like it says in here, it's a bit of actually, like it says here, yet this is a dangerous path men tread, balanced between light and darkness. It's kind of like, there are periods in humanity where these rituals could serve a purpose because it helps to bring people to think about the higher aspects of the spiritual. And a lot of people today too, I guess I don't want to step too much on the toes, because I know there's obviously a lot of criticisms about people today who practice religion, who seem to use it to justify evil ways. And that's the thing. Jesus talks a lot about that. So we'll go through those when we go through the later videos where we go through the passages from Jesus. But at the same time, I do want to be cognizant, and it's true, there are people today who are religious who the rituals and going to church and things like that, it's still helping them because it's kind of done in a good way. It is making them think of the higher aspects, and it's reminding them to be good and not to be bad. So we'll talk more about that. But that's the thing. Because that's the thing, I guess, when the moment comes when these scriptures are known to the world, and for those who've watched video one, I guess you'll know, when we go through certain passages from Jesus, we'll get to understand what this whole second coming of Jesus thing is supposed to be about, where there's a lot of people today who are quite religious, where it's oh my gosh, I would not want to be you, because it's the way they practice their religion, they use it for evil and to justify evil politicians and stuff like that. But at the same time, I do want to say, and as it's meant here, it's a dangerous path, but there are still those today who use it for good. So anyways, it's quite the discussion that we're going to have later, I guess, especially when we go through the books written by Jesus. So that was the first half of this chapter, and the second half, which is passages 19 to 42, are meant for the common people. So these were meant to help civilize humans with laws such as not eating rotten food, like we mentioned earlier in this video. So we won't go through all the passages, but I figure we might just go through a few of them. So here, passage 20 says, Yosira spoke to the people. These are the words of the God of the gods. Henceforth, no child shall be sold into bondage by its father or by any man who has word over it. Such may not yet be the custom of all the people in this land, but if they become mighty, this they may do, for such is the nature of men. Here's passage 22. It says, The greatest wickedness in the eyes of the God of the gods is all incest of the first degree, which is that between mother and son, or father and daughter, or between the mother's mother and the son of the mother, or between the mother's father and the daughter of the mother, or between the father's father and the father's daughter, or between the father's mother and the father's son. This is a wickedness unto the God of gods, for it calls forth the strongest of the formless ones, causing it to enter into an earthly body to become an abomination before the eyes of God and man. Therefore, they who commit such an act shall perish by fire. If it be committed with a child, then the child shall not perish, but it shall be branded with the mark of incest. So, at the end of video 5, we did have a bit of a discussion on the laws of Amos and the laws of Hosea, where we really need to be cognizant that these were written in a much more ancient time, and when humanity was essentially like Stone Age tribes. But the reason I wanted to go through here and with the underlined here is that this really, going through these passages really helped to understand why some of the older religious books like the Old Testament have, that contains what it contains, where, again, like I've said a few times, that's the thing. Today with our scientific knowledge, we're able to understand things better, where, because that's the thing, we know that if people, if there's children born out of incest, they can actually, have maybe deformities and things like that. It's something biologically just makes it so that it's actually not good to for people to be born of incest. But here, as I underlined where it says, for it calls forth the strongest of the formless ones, causing it to enter into an earthly body to become an abomination before the eyes of God and man. That's the thing. A lot of these Old Testament laws, it's, like the one about don't eat rotten meat, that's an obvious one where we understand, oh yeah, you could become sick. So the way it's written in these texts and in the Old Testament, it's kind of this is a law that you must obey. Again, it was for the good of the people. So this is a similar one where it helps to understand that like incest is bad, and we today know there's a scientific reason why, like biologically, it's not good for people to be born out of incest. But here it helps to show that because of their level of understanding of like the material world and like the the science of the time, it's like these are the sorts of explanations that came out of it. So it's true, like we shouldn't do incest. Um, but anyways, like I underlined here in terms of the formless ones causing it to enter and become an abomination. Like that's the thing. There's a lot that we could learn from these texts, but we need to be careful because like that's the thing, as I'll be talking about later, like for the laws of Amos and the laws of Hoskaya and some of these, like today we have an understanding. It's not meant to be interpreted in a religious sort of way where it's like, oh, these are the laws and by God and this and that. It's like we could have more of a practical explanation for these, but so it's true, but it's kind of fascinating where this is because of the level of understanding at the time. These are how they were written. So here we're going to go through a few more examples. And actually, I just want to note, like, remember how this chapter, even though it's talking about Yosira as representing Osiris, it was written during Moses' time. So that's the thing. There's some similarities between this and what's written in the Old Testament, because the idea is that Moses would have written both this for the inner circle and then the Old Testament for the common people. But yeah, we'll go through a few more passages here where passage 25 says, "None shall eat from the platter of another or drink from his drinking vessel unless the spell of his presence has been removed. None among those who know the God of gods shall walk in anything poured out for a libation unto strange gods, neither shall he touch any part of the libation. If it come upon him, he shall go forthwith to the master of mysteries and be cleansed." So this is talking about hygiene, right? Like but again, with the underlined, it's like we know that sickness can spread if we eat from the same, or if we drink from the same cups as someone else, because it could spread germs. So we know, like today we can say like, oh, it's for hygiene, like, clean your dishes before someone else drinks from it. But as I underlined here, again, this is the interesting way that it's explained in more ancient times, where it says, until the spell of his presence has been removed. It's just cleaning, but it's written as, the spell, right? And here's another one, which again is related to like eating meat, where it says, when the flesh of any beast or of fish or fowl becomes dark in your keeping, or has the smell of rottenness upon it, then it is a sign that the nable have come upon it, and it shall be taken out and buried where no beast can come upon it. Thus the nable are left without sustenance and will be forced back into their dark abode. But if you permit them to sustain themselves, then they will come in their hosts, and, being fattened by and strengthened, will afflict you with many terrors during night watches. So, I mean, there is some truth to this, right? Like, plagues could happen and things like that, like if sickness and disease spread. So, today for us, it's obvious, and we could talk about it in a practical way where, rotten meat is bad and should be disposed of. But again here, and I guess I didn't underline, but where it says, then it is a sign that the nable have come upon it. Thus the nable are left without sustenance once it's buried. Like, again, it's very fascinating, the reasonings that they came up with it, where it's like today we generally have a better understanding of it because of science. I mean, it's not the fault of our ancient human beings. I mean, it is what it is, right? That's part of the interesting parts of life and how things progress. But again, I want to highlight how it's quite interesting the way they interpret it. So it's like they're correct and the wisdom's good, but we need to be careful because there could be issues because of their lack of understanding the scientific part and how they came up with their reasonings. Okay, so here's a few more examples from this chapter. So passage 30 says, Yosira said this also, all things which may sustain the lukim are to be buried or burnt. Anything coming forth from the nostrils or mouth of any man or woman is rejected from within and becomes sustenance for the Lukim. Still waters that lie upon the ground are their drinking places and forbidden to men. Water shall not be used as drink unless it be drawn from within the ground or be in a place where it is shaded by trees, which again, very hygienic. Water from the ground is groundwater, which is generally clean. I mean, today we still drink water from, groundwater. But like I underlined here, it's interesting the way they associate. It's like, they have these words like the Lukim, which is, again, because we don't see like bacteria or diseases. We only know this because of our advanced technology. But yeah, there's another passage 32 here that says, anything that has blood in it and is dead, having died of itself, shall not be eaten, for the Lukim have made their abode in it. No man shall eat uncooked meat, even that which the sandfarers carry shall not be eaten. So again, the Lukim is kind of a word for like bacteria, diseases, things that we can't see, but that they know existed. So now the reason I wanted to bring these passages that talk about the Lukim is, there's a few other chapters in the Book of Gleanings where chapter 12 and 13 also include rules set by Yosira for more primitive humans. And like I said before, especially because the Book of Gleanings appears to have been written by Moses' generations, I think it's quite apparent that some of these may have influenced some Old Testament traditions. So here's an example. This is passage 12:28. It says, the foreskin of a man is cut to defy the Lukim of impotency. This is not forbidden to the people, but they shall not preserve the foreskin in fat and use it to endow stones with hoku. The binding of foreskins is forbidden. So, here, like in the previous slide, we saw how Lukim is a little bit of a term to help define like bacteria and things like that. So yeah, that's the thing. Like even in here in the Kolbrin, it seems that during Moses' generation, there was this idea that maybe there was reason to practice circumcision for hygienic reasons. And that's the thing, like it's still a practice that's being done today. And I mean, it's not just the Jewish people. And I guess, like I grew up Catholic and I mean, I don't know if there's too much information, but, here, even growing up in Canada it's, I mean, like that thing, I'm circumcised, and it seems like a lot of people, I think it's being done less now, but people of my age and I think of older generations, it seems like it's still practiced today. Now, it's one thing if a doctor recommends it, that's fine. But in terms of as a religious practice, that's the thing, like it's still being done today. Whereas, as you see from here, it seems like it was done because of a lesser understanding of hygiene and what happened. So yeah, those are the sorts of things that we're going to have to maybe refine through our current religious traditions. But actually, there are several passages kind of spread throughout the Kolbrin that talk about circumcision. So it's kind of interesting. I don't know exactly how it came to be that it's still being practiced today because, like I said in the previous video, there's these chapters about the laws of Amos and the laws of Hoskaya, and I do want to go through them in a later video, like after the 24 video series that I have planned out. But here's one from, I believe it's from the laws of, actually no, this is from the laws of Amos, where it says, it is decreed that no man shall cut his flesh for adornment or make any mark upon it which cannot be removed, though the ears of men and women may be pierced. Circumcision, such as the stranger's practice, is mutilation and is forbidden. So that's the thing. It's. I find it a little bit. I mean, we'll see once more people know about the Kolbrin, and we could go through it and try to piece it together. But that's the thing. It seems as though in a much more ancient time compared to Moses, it was forbidden. Although it says such as a stranger's practice. Maybe they did it in a different way, which is the part that was forbidden. But then up here from the Book of Gleanings, it says, it can be done to defy the Lukim, which again is kind of a term to talk about like bacteria, and so is kind of accepted for more hygienic reasons. And I'll go to the next slide here. So actually there is a passage from Jesus that talks about circumcision. So this is BRT 341, where it says, the disciples asked, is circumcision a good thing? And then Jesus replied, if it were, would not children be born circumcised from the mother's womb? Only circumcision in the spirit confers true benefit. So essentially this is Jesus saying, like, no, I mean, if circumcision was a good thing, people would be born without the need for circumcision. But then the latter part where he says only circumcision in the spirit confers true benefit, I think the idea is, like we talked about before, where humans we're dual beings, part material, part spirit. So if we become beast and are too material, that's bad, and we become beasts. So that's saying, what he's saying there is you want to circumcise yourself from your material body so that you live in a more spiritual way, detach yourself from your carnal desires, essentially. But now that's the thing. It's what's interesting is that in the Gospel of the Kailedy, in a passage here we're going to read, it does mention how John the Baptist was circumcised. So this is from an early chapter, which is the nativity story of John the Baptist. So it says, now when her time came, the wife of Osiris gave birth to a son, and there was no midwife to bring him into the world. Neither was a birth bell made for him, though all others wished him to be called after the kindred of his father. Elizabeth said he should be called after hers, and he was named John. And then here it says, at the time of circumcision, when many people were standing about, Osiris became filled with the power of inflowing spirit. So here it acknowledges that during Jesus and John's time, they were living in the land of Israel, so they were practicing Jewish traditions. So here we see that, actually when John the Baptist was born, Osiris, his father, was actually known as a priest. And there's a later passage in the Gospel of the Kailedy where Jesus actually praises Osiris, John's father, because he was a priest. He may have even been a priest of the secret society. So that's what's interesting is I don't know how things exactly worked out, but anyways, I guess what I'm getting at is that, I'm not trying to blame the Jewish tradition. And like I said before, even Catholics sometimes practice circumcision. So what's fascinating about the chapters in the Kolbrin is that with these, we get to maybe understand a little bit more how things came to be. So ultimately, we need to listen to Jesus. And like he says here, circumcision shouldn't be done for religious reasons. Now, if for whatever reason a doctor, and maybe, I'm not an expert in that. So if for whatever reason a doctor says, in this case, it might be good to do it to a baby for whatever reason, that's one thing. But the part I want to bring up here is that, there's a lot of old religious traditions. And I guess my knowledge is more on like I said, I grew up Catholic, which has some ties to the Jewish traditions because of the Old Testament, where both use it. So anyways, there's a lot to be said about how certain traditions were done due to a combination of, there may have been good reason at a time because of hygienic reasons or whatever, but when it uses terms like the Lukim, and when it was coming up with terms to talk about don't eat meat from dead animals, that's the thing. A lot of their traditions, and they put certain words because they didn't have the knowledge we have today in terms of bacteria. These are things that you can't see unless you have microscopes like we have today. So anyways, it's just, I think that once these texts become known to the world, we really need to go through all the old religious traditions and, keep what's good and discard what's bad. And in this case, circumcision for religious reasons is bad. And but at the same time, that's the thing. Like I said, this is quite interesting, where at the time of John the Baptist, when he was a child, they did practice circumcision. And so anyways, it's not to say, I don't want anyone to essentially talk bad about people who practice these things, because like I said, it seems like it's no one's fault that some of these came to be and were kept in these religious books. But it does need a little bit of a reset. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. But yeah, so actually another part to kind of highlight in terms of just this whole thing where, there's a lot of ancient laws and traditions that were set by the prophets, which were, there was good reason for it at the time, but we today, with our more advanced knowledge, we we know better. Like, we're not meant to listen to, like, oh well, Osiris or Moses said this, and thus we need to keep doing it, right? So there's actually some passages here where it does seem as though the ancient prophets knew that humanity is meant to grow and evolve over time. So here's a few passages from a chapter in the book of Sons of Fire where it says, "This was written in records which were lost even in the days of Rachab. In 100 generations, men will be less wicked, for such was written in the plans of God. When 1,000 years have passed, women will be more fair, for this was written in the plans of God. A day will come when a great nation will rise above all others to lead the nations of the earth, and it will survive even the day of visitation. Much was written of this nation which is now lost. As the generations pass, the earth will become more fruitful, for this was written in the plans of God." So, anyways, I mean, there's some deeper discussions to have on this, but that's the thing. Like, the prophets, again, keep in mind that when they, like these genuine prophets, they were able to communicate with the spirits in heaven. So it's kind of like they were tasked with helping the people at the time, depending on the conditions of the time. But it seems like they knew where, it talks about the plans of God, where it was understood, where, like, that's the thing, right? Like, today, I mean, there's still a lot of evil today and people acting in evil ways, but not quite in the same way as, the barbarians that we read in video 5. So they understood, look, there's a natural process. That's the thing. There's a bit of a intelligent design. Like, I mean, the more you dig into, like, God and his creation and everything, God really thought of everything. So it created a very fascinating thing where they knew in the plans of God that humanity is meant to grow. And this part of passage 1023 down here, I find quite interesting too, where it says, "As the generations pass, the earth will become more fruitful." I don't know if this is meant from a spiritual perspective, or, I mean, if you look at agriculture today, it's like our agriculture today compared to in ancient times, like it's something else in terms of just, like, anyways, the yields we get and the taste and all those things. So I don't know. That's the thing. There seems to be a real inherent part that was purposely designed by God in his creation, where the same could be said about technology, where it just, essentially, God created this situation on earth where, things progress over time, and in part it's so that humanity, like, when you strip everything down, earth is for testing, it's for our souls to grow. But there's this very interesting dynamic where things change over time, where we're supposed to progress, like, in many ways. And this part here where it says, a nation will rise to survive even the day of visitation, that could be, in terms of a nation that could survive a destroyer event, potentially like the cosmic impact that caused the flood. So anyways, I mean, this is a bit of a, maybe I'm kind of going a little bit off track here, but I guess what I mean to say is, like, there is so much in this Kolbrin, and really when you piece it all together, there's a lot of interesting discussions for us to have. And actually, that's the thing. There's also a message from Jesus in his personal book, from the Book of the Silver Bow, where here it says, "These are the sacred scriptures which are not like other scriptures. They are the scriptures of those who follow the great path of the true way. They are not for the mocker, the unbeliever, the man of worldly affairs, or the evildoer. They shall move forward with the ages, keeping abreast of man as he advances. They must evolve to keep pace with his growing intelligence, but he must also evolve spiritually. If he does not, then they must assume the burden and come forth to lead him." So that's the thing. I think Jesus saw that too and understood where there's this very interesting dynamic where humanity's meant to progress. But at the same time, we must also, it's also talking about the sacred scriptures. So that's the thing in terms of like the whole second coming of Jesus thing that I mentioned before. Like, I think we're at this part where it says, like the scriptures, they must evolve to keep pace with the growing intelligence. So I guess that's a way to talk about what I was talking about, like circumcision and stuff like that. Like, even though some of the ancient sacred scriptures had these traditions like circumcision and things like that, because of our growing intelligence, even Jesus highlights here that, the scriptures themselves also needs to keep pace and evolve. So this is an example where now with our scientific knowledge, we could take the wisdom from these scriptures and acknowledge that, okay, certain parts of it need to evolve because of our scientific intelligence. But humanity must also evolve spiritually. If he does not, then they must assume the burden and come forth to lead him. So again, I think that's the part where, as fate would have it, again, I feel very odd being the one who seems to have like understood what's written in the Kolbrin here, and I'm like, oh my gosh. But that's the thing. I think we're at that moment where it's like, okay, we've grown in intelligence, and that's in part of the reason why maybe some people are leaving behind religions, because it's fair. Like, there's some parts of that's being carried through religious doctrine where with our higher intelligence, it's like, yeah, no, I'm not going to do that anymore and things like that. But the key is that, as we're seeing today, like I mentioned before, I think spiritually speaking, humanity is not doing so good. So that's where these sacred scriptures are meant to be displayed or made available to humanity as a whole, so that we can move away from our more materialistic ways and things like that. So anyways, it's the more you dig into this stuff, like the more it's like it's all very interesting. There's a lot of discussions to be had and things like that. So anyways, apologies if maybe this seemed like a little bit of a tangent, especially talking about Osiris and things like that. But I mean, if you've watched the first video and watched through the whole 8 hours of it, you'll understand. It's kind of like, we're headed towards a very interesting moment in our human history here. So here, I just have one more passage to talk about this chapter here where, like I said, there's quite a few passages in here, but the passage below could help explain, certain traditions that we have, such as the Sabbath or taking like one day off a week, like Sundays, as Catholics used to do. So here it says, "This shall be the law unto all those who work with metal, whether it be gold, silver, or copper. 1 day in 7 shall be a day of rest for the fires herewith the metals are wrought. On this day no fire will be lit, and no metal touched or moved from its place. On the even of this day, all things of metal that have been made since the last day of rest shall be placed in a trough and sanctified oil, or of sanctified oil, remaining there until their appointed time. Nothing shall go out from the workplace of a craftsman in metal until it has passed through the oil." So again, I think this is an obvious connection to like taking a day off during the week, where, again, it was for practical reasons. They understood that if people work every single day without taking a rest, will burn out and things like that. So again, it's a practical reason where, that's the thing. Like, I don't think today, I mean, that's the thing. It's not bad to practice a day of Sabbath or to take days off and things like that. But we need to disconnect a little bit from the idea where it's like, oh, it's because it was established by these prophets, we must observe the Sabbath or take the Sundays off. It's like, no, there's a practical reason for that. So it's not meant to be reflective of, oh, this is important from a religious point of view. There's a practical reason for it. Okay, so anyways, I think the discussion that I went through there was a little bit longer than what I had initially planned when I was putting these, I guess these slides or whatever you want to call them together. But yeah, so that's saying there's, we finished going through the chapters related to Osiris that I wanted to go through as part of these, 3-part series of Osiris and the Sons of Fire. There's still other chapters talking about Osiris, which, like I said a few times, we'll be going through in video 17 and 18, because there are more chapters talking about the before times and which describe the places where Osiris and Thoth were from before the flood. But yeah, I guess maybe not wanting to end on those passages talking about like circumcision and stuff like that. We will do a little bit, one more small detour, and I'll go through these pretty quick. I'll just kind of read through it without really going through discussions and things like that. But yeah, there's a lot of chapters in the Book of Manuscripts and the Book of Scrolls, which are kind of like random scrolls related to ancient Egypt, which are quite fascinating. So I'll probably make some videos later to go through them. But yeah, before closing this video, I do want to go through a few passages of chapter 32 of the Book of Manuscripts, which is called the Scroll of Harmotif, where essentially this chapter we see it's from a physician in ancient Egypt. So I think this would have been older than Moses. And what's interesting is we see that these physicians in Egypt had the mindset of who we would see today as more of a shaman, where, you know, they would look to heal, but they also had like some sort of spiritual wisdom. So we'll only go through a few passages. And like I said, I'll just kind of read through them instead of going through too much discussion. But if you're interested, you could read all of them in Appendix E32 of the report I put together. So we see that a physician in ancient Egypt must also be knowledgeable in spiritual wisdom, since all humans are eternal souls and therefore can be affected by a spiritual malady. Thus, the Egyptian physician understands that people's health is not just about prescribing medicine to cure physical ills. So here, passage 5 says, "The physician does not fear the god above the stairs. He does not shrink before the face of death. He is a man of wide vision. He knows the nature of the lesser gods. The lesser gods are the limbs and attributes of the great God and forms his members. He will not seek to raise up the dead. He will not seek to speak with them. He is beyond the urges of gold. He knows the laws of the great God. They cover countless years. They are fixed and unchangeable and never fail at their times. The physician knows the measurements of the hours and the movements of the days." I like here where it says, you know, he is beyond the urges of gold. So it's like, it's a true noble physician from ancient Egypt that we're reading these passages from. So here's passage 4. It says, "These are words to fill the ears of the physician. These things are written on his heart. The physician sits on a throne of silence. The physician absorbs the pains of the sick through his ears," essentially meaning like he listens to his patient. It continues here, "If any man opens the door of his heart to the physician, the tongue has no knowledge of what the ears have heard. The inmost room is open to the silent man." Continues here, "The heart of the physician is not puffed up because of his knowledge. He talks with the simple man as though he were wise. The words of the physician are as healing herbs. The physician bears himself so that when the eyes of the sick fall upon him, they are half cured. The eyes of the physician see through flesh. When he sat before his master, he learned to bear patiently the chastisements for his own failings. Now he can justly reprove another for his. The tongue of the physician is dipped in honey, not guile. Where truth adds to suffering without benefit, then he may veil it, but never will he do so without purpose or care." So again, this person seems like quite the noble physician, where he understands that, you know, be nice, you be focused on healing the person. It's not for the physician to be egotistical or things like that. So next we're going to go through a few passages which are a little bit more focused, where we get to see, again, this is a little bit fascinating, where we get to see that the way that they viewed people's physical ills and the sorts of things they did to cure them. Again, this is an ancient time in Egypt. So passage 13 here says, "A man is plagued by a demon, which has made its abode in the inmost recesses of his body. It cannot be found. He talks loosely, his tongue lacks control. His thoughts are wrapped in shadows. His heart moves quickly. Water flows from his body. He finds no peace in sleep. His hands tremble. There is pain in his head. He relishes no food. He is a man of many thoughts, but knows not what to do. So here it's talking about a lot of physical symptoms in terms of his heart moves quickly, his heart's beating fast, water flows from his body, he's sweating a lot. He finds no peace in sleep. He's having trouble sleeping. His hands tremble. He has a headache, the pain in his head. He relishes no food. He lost his appetite. So that's the thing. It's interesting the way it describes a lot of physical symptoms. So it continues here. You will call forth his spirit. You will place him in the chambers of silence. You will enwrap him in the healing aroma. The doors between his spirit and body are shut. You place the eye of horror upon him. He sleeps in the eye of horror. It fills every recess of his body. So I think we actually know this from what we've put together from ancient Egypt, that they did here the eye of horror means the eye of Horus. And I believe that that's something that we know of ancient Egyptians. But again, the reason I wanted to bring it up here is that we're not meant to see it as this wild, I don't know if some people have some wild theories about why did the Egyptians place the eye of Horus? It's more related to helping with physical ailments and things like that. Here the next part of the passage explains. It says, it seeks out the demon. It destroys the demon in its abode. The demon is not called forth. You speak with the spirit of the man. Is it at peace? Is it restful? You decide the time of awakening. This is the healing sleep. You, the physician, are the master of sleep. Of all physicians, sleep is the greatest. So we know this today, right? Even a lot doctors say where ultimately when you're sick, sometimes sleep is the best medicine. So again, the whole eye of Horus and putting them with a healing aroma, like they say, it seems as though these physicians in Egyptian times, again, that's an example where we're not supposed to make too much out of it. They're essentially trying to help the patient relax and sleep and hope that through the sleep they'll get cured or get better. We'll go through a few more passages, 16 to 19, which describe how they treated physical illnesses. So here it says, a man has a festering sore. He has a wound. It is unclean. It turns yellow. It darkens. There is evil beneath the hardness. Salt is dissolved strongly in water. It is made warm. The sore and the wound are bathed. The hardness is softened. It is taken away. The yellow, which has come up, is taken away. Homu leaves are pounded. They are sprinkled with brimstone. They are placed on the wound. They are bound up with linen. I kind of like how these passages are written, but essentially, he has a wound. It's unclean. It turns yellow. So they use salt water, which we know helps to clean a wound. These homu leaves is probably a certain herb that seem to help. So again, these are quite interesting. But continues here. A wound is large or a battle wound. It must be made clean with liskin wood in water. If the maggot seize on it and consume the evil and the blackness, it can remain. And that's the thing, we know that even not that long ago, sometimes people would, before modern medicine, people would use things like leeches and things like that. But anyways, it continues here. When the flesh is clean and bright, it must be covered to stop entry of unclean things. And a sixth sign must be on top. There is benefit if the wound be left open to the sun. Which is interesting, right? Because we know sometimes that certain wounds, you want to cover it up to keep it clean, but at the same time, if it stays damp, it might not be good. Sometimes you want it to be dry. So yeah, it's quite interesting. So we'll just go through a few more here, because like I said, I find these quite fascinating. It says here, a man is burnt. The skin blisters. It gives out water. The skin is consumed. The flesh is raw. It is not black. The flesh is soft. The burn is laved in cool waters. It is sprinkled with water of sesumin. It is not bound up. A wound does not heal. A burn does not heal. You take yellow dried powder of luba. The powder is placed in water. It remains yellow, then cast it out. It turns red, then use it forthwith, but do not keep it with you. So it's talking about healing a burnt or where you have blisters and things like that. So passage 18 here says, a woman in childbirth, a man wild with fever, water made hot with stones is poured on the tree of life. It soaks during 2 nights. It is given often and drunk deep. It is the basis of many things. It can be kept. So this seems to be describing how like this tree of life may have been a certain branch or something like that from a specific plant. So, water was made hot with stones, where the stones were in the fire and then you put in the water so it heats up. So you let it soak during 2 nights, and then it seems like it's this water which would have been brewed as a tea was given to the people. And we'll go through one more here. So passage 19 says, the tree of life is pounded. It becomes pulp. A joint swells filled with pain. The pulp is applied. It sticks. It is not bound. The rectum becomes a place of evil. It bleeds. The evil stirs up inconvenience. The pulp of the tree of life, 4 measures. The pulp of poppy fruit, 1 measure. Oil of sufan, 1 measure. Moon oil, 2 measures. So anyways, it's quite prescriptive. So I mean, it's there are similarities. I would imagine that maybe certain doctors would be interested in reading through these. So yeah, like I said, it's an interesting chapter that gives insight into medical knowledge during a period of ancient Egypt. However, the last passage of this chapter is presumably from a much later generation of the Sons of Fire, and it does give a warning that not all of these physician methods should be used. So here it says, the Egyptians were wise, but their ways were not our ways. The cures of their physicians were for them and not for us, as our bodies, being sustained in a different manner, are unlike in their humors. The substances which bring about a cure can be obtained only from the surroundings in which the body moves. Anything from another land lacks the essential harmony. Therefore, all the recipes recorded on this long scroll are omitted. Our material is limited, and this is not a treatise on physics. This scroll was among those added. So essentially this is saying that people who later received these ancient texts from Egyptian times, as they're, transcribing them for their own records, it seems like they made the purposeful decision to, there was probably a bunch of, many other recipes for healing herbs and things like that, where, because they say, our, what is it? There was said something. Oh yeah, our material is limited. So keep in mind, right? Like, it's not like today where we have like all this paper and things like that, where they made the purposeful decision because they're like, okay, we're kind of limited in our books and writing material, so they purposely left it out. But so anyways, I just thought it was an interesting chapter there. So yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot of, like I said, kind of random chapters that are quite interesting to read. So yeah, if you're interested, you could go through either the Kolbrin yourself, but that's the thing. Like, I guess in my report and all the appendices, I include all of the passages, and I do include notes. So like for this one, if you were to read through the Kolbrin, like the official Kolbrin version, like I discussed in the introduction video, it might be confusing to see what it's about, but for every single chapter of the Kolbrin, I do include notes in terms of what I think it's talking about. Okay, so I think this video ended up maybe a little bit longer than I had originally planned. I guess I'll only know once I compile all the clips together. But here I just put a few slides together just to, because yeah, this is, in the next video we'll be moving forward to Moses in ancient Egypt. So I just want to maybe give a little bit of a summary of what we've learned about Osiris, Isis, and Thoth. And one thing I want to make a note of is that, I guess for myself, I found that in order to try and understand these scriptures better, I tried to put myself in their shoes where, when reading this, I find it's very helpful to try and understand the situation they were in order to better understand, well, 2 things. One, in order to understand the decisions they made, but it really helps to make us appreciate just how great and wonderful these human beings were, and how humanity as a whole, like, we really owe them quite a bit. I really don't think we would turn into what we did today had it not been for these three individuals, as well as some of the other advanced humans who had survived the flood. So yeah, like I said a few times, I'm repeating myself, where we will be talking a little bit more about Osiris, Isis, and Thoth in video 17 and 18, where we're going to describe or go through some of the chapters that talk about like the great city that was destroyed during the flood. But we'll go through a few a few passages here. So we'll go through a passage here from a chapter called the Scroll of Imad, where, as we'll read here, it states that the Great One came from Ramakui and wisdom came from Zador. So actually, I won't, I just essentially mentioned the passage here where, this was the land from whence man came. The Great One came from Ramakui and wisdom came from Zador. And so this is likely a reference where Osiris is the Great One from Ramakui, and where it says wisdom came from Zador. From the stories, I think it's fairly clear that Thoth and Osiris were from two different groups of people who worked together, but again, they came from different lands. So we'll go through a few passages here that describe the city. It says, in Ramakui, there was a great city with roads and waterways, and in the fields were bounded with walls of stone and channels. In the center of the land was the great flat-topped mountain of God. The city had walls of stone and was decorated with stones of red and black, white shells and feathers. There were heavy green stones in the land and stones patterned in green, black, and brown. There were stones of Saka, which men cut for ornaments, stones which became molten for cunning work. They built walls of black glass and bound them with glass by fire. They used strange fire from the netherworld, which was but slightly separated from them, and foul air from the breath of the damned rose in their midst. They made eye reflectors of glass stone, which cured the ills of men. They purified men with a strange metal and purged them of evil spirits in flowing fire. So I actually did mention it in the video one, where that's the thing. I mean, once we go through these chapters, I think it's quite clear that this fabled city that was destroyed by the flood is what we know today as Atlantis. I don't really like to mention Atlantis just because when mentioning it today, there's all sorts of wild fringe theories about it. But yeah, overall though, it's I believe that some of the references, like they built walls of black glass, is a reference to obsidian. Here where it says there were stones of Saka, which meant cut for ornaments, stones which became molten for cunning work. This might be things like iron or bronze, or I guess like tin or copper or things like that. So that's the thing. They were quite advanced, and they had built great ships. But at the same time, I would say that technology-wise, they had advanced to maybe like a Bronze Age level. Nothing greater than that. Although their spiritual wisdom, especially from those with Thoth, was greater than what we have today. But yeah, so in terms of just kind of the story of Osiris, Isis, and Thoth, we see how after they survived the flood, they and the advanced humans were few in comparison to, from all the chapters we've gone through, it really does seem that after they survived, it was them and the rest of humanity was essentially Stone Age tribes. We'll read through a few of the passages here. It says, no land was sown, for they who dwelt in it knew not the making of waterways, nor did they know how to command the water and make it flow at their behest. There were no cities, and men dwelt in holes in the ground, or in places where the rock was cleft. They walked in their nakedness, or clothed themselves with leaves or bark, while at night they covered themselves with the skin of wild beasts. They fought with the jackal for food, and snatched dead things from the lion. They pulled roots from out of the ground, and sought for sustenance among things that grew in the mud. They had none to rule over them, nor had they leaders to guide. They knew not obligation or duty. None spoke to them about their manner of life, and none knew the way of truth. They were truly unenlightened in those days. So yeah, I mean, that was a situation that they were faced with after the flood. Now, from some of the chapters talking about Osiris, we see that he was really quite the human being. In combination between these videos, but also during video 3 about the flood, we saw that Osiris became renowned as a capable warrior and leader, even at a young age. And the thing is, during that time, he was likely quite noble, but the people of his city were corrupt and they did not know the truth since it was kept in secret by those living in the holy mountain of Zador. So we'll read here where it says, Hoskaya was a mighty man whose bow shafts struck like the lightning flash, and his enemies went down like corn before the reapers. He was a captain of men in the war of gods, and those he slew were numbered like barley in the measure. His enemies were spread before him like a carpet at his feet, and there was no other like him. He was a man who knew the Almighty God and looked up to him as the God of his fathers. But Hoskaya worshipped him after the custom of his people, and therefore knew truth only in part, for, having stolen him, they were unable to know him fully. So this is, like I mentioned before, it's I find that it's by putting yourself in their shoes that you really get to understand just how great of a human being both Osiris but also Isis and Thoth were. Because, so yeah, before the flood, he seemed like he was a man like no other, a great warrior. But as noted and underlined here, because he was from the city and not from the holy mountain with the priests, he only knew truth in part. Now, the thing is, after the flood, this is where Osiris became a prophet after learning from Thoth. And it really does seem as though Osiris was the most significant human being who had an impact on all of the ancient civilizations and who helped spread the knowledge and wisdom that began the Neolithic era. Where here these passages say, Out of the land of God, to the east, came Osiris, who was one filled with the Spirit of God, the first vice-regent of God on earth, truly a God who walked among men, a true Son of God. He learned by communicating with the heart of God, what lesser beings can hope to learn only by long contemplation of the sacred writings. I mean, here's a few other passages where it says, Yosira taught men to beat metal out of stones and to burn stones, so that they gave up their heat. He taught men to work with clay, and he taught them the weaving of cloth and the making of beer. When Yosira came into the land, the people knew not about the cutting of water channels and the sowing of corn, but Yosira taught them these things. So yeah, just to take a step back in terms of Osiris, this is why I have so much respect for him, and I think we all, like humanity as a whole, really owe him a lot because, like I said, he was an incredibly capable human being, but he was a warrior and he didn't necessarily know like the full truth about God and, the knowledge of the prophets and all that. But then that's the thing, after the flood, when there was very few human beings, and there were some references where it seems like it was only Thoth and maybe 7 other priests who survived in terms of like those who knew the wisdom about God and heaven and all that. And as we read, like Thoth was much older than Osiris, and Osiris essentially seemed to be the only human being who had properly learned from Thoth. So really, I just really want to make a point of that, how, he had to go through quite a bit, right? It's not like he was born and became a priest at an early age. Like, it was just after surviving the flood where he was the captain of a ship to survive what was one of the most devastating floods ever felt on Earth. And he then learned from Thoth, which is, it's like, these are some of the most difficult mysteries to learn. And as we'll read in video 4 about the Twiceborn ritual, it essentially had to survive like a near-death experience for that. And as we read in the stories of Hewe and Hoskaya, he was, despite trying to help these tribal people, some of the advanced humans who were with him succumbed to their carnal desires, and they became evil, and they actually like tried to kill Osiris. So yeah, he had quite the life, but the thing is, he remained ever constant in terms of just he really understood the situation and how much weight was on his shoulders in terms of just, for the sake of humanity, essentially. So yeah, that's the thing. I feel like after going through all of these chapters we've gone through, it's quite apparent that Osiris is represented in the Old Testament as the prophet Noah, who survived the flood on a great ship, like we discussed in video 3. But now, as we're transitioning to the videos about Moses, it seems as though the story of Abraham also represents Osiris, where, like I've mentioned a few times, it seems like the story of Sodom and Gomorrah is also about the great city that was destroyed by the flood, where there's passages like in the Old Testament that talk about it being destroyed by fire and brimstone, which is similar to the cosmic destroyer, which caused the flood. And I think I did mention it in video 3, where in terms of the Abraham story, it seems as though the angels who warned Lot to run to a mountain may have been the wise priests, from the holy mountain with Thoth, who saw a sign in the sky of the incoming destroyer, and where the Kolbrin does also note how some people survived on the mountains in addition to on ships. So, anyways, the reason I want to bring up this discussion is that I think that one way to interpret the story of Abraham is that these angels who prevented Abraham from killing his son Isaac could have been the priest with Thoth who were involved in training and testing Osiris. Because from what we learn about the sons of fire, creating a situation where Abraham would be asked to kill his beloved newborn child to prove himself is something they would do, despite how cruel it may seem. Because that's the thing, we know that the children of God closely guarded the sacred writings since they believed that the knowledge could be used for evil. So since Osiris may have been the first of the human beings who were known as the children of men, or, at least he was the first human being who were outside of these children of God from before the flood, to be taught, they really would have tested him to the extreme to make sure he was worthy. So yeah, we went through the Rolls of Record 1 in video 4, where Thoth, as the story character Locus, makes a covenant with Osiris, who in that chapter is named Hoskaya, where, as we'll read below here, we see how, as part of the covenant, actually, maybe we'll just read the passage here. It says, Locus said unto her, "So it shall be, for you have but one desire between you. I will make a covenant with Hoskaya, so that his eyes may be seen again. This is the covenant, that Hoskaya will stay in his place until Athelia has borne him a son, and until 6 months after his son's weaning, he will sit at my feet and absorb my instruction." So that's the thing. I guess I think that this is a link between the story of Osiris and of Abraham, because, and I'll just go back to my notes up here. So since the goal was to have Horus lead soldiers to go fight Set, this could be similar to asking Osiris to sacrifice his son, since success was not guaranteed in terms of, to go fight Set, he could have been killed. But additionally, asking Horus to be raised by Thoth and the priest means that he would have been raised to later attempt the twice-born ritual, which is an incredibly difficult journey and where the ritual could actually lead to death. So that's the thing. I think that, in terms of, I think that Thoth asking Osiris to raise Horus as part of a covenant is similar to in the story of Abraham, where Abraham conceives Isaac, and then Abraham is asked to sacrifice Isaac, right? So that's the thing. I just wanted to have this discussion because that's the thing. From actually the chapter Annexed Scroll 1 that we read through today, we see that Moses was clearly an Egyptian and he considered it his motherland, and he was quite sad that they were leaving Egypt. And it'll become more clear when we go through the next videos talking about Moses, is that, like I said, it really does seem as though, and I know that's controversial and some people might not be happy, but ultimately I think it's quite clear that the biblical stories in the book of Genesis were new stories that were written by Moses and those with him to help this new nation, right? Because I guess the idea was, since they wanted to create a new nation, they didn't want their stories to necessarily reflect like Egypt. So, and actually another example is the Tower of Babel, where, because that's the thing, when we read the flood stories like we did in video 3 and through these video 4 to 6 where we've talked about Osiris, like it's clear that there's all these different Stone Age tribes that survived in different corners of the world. But then that's the thing, in the Noah's flood story, it says how all of humanity died except for those who survived in the ark. So now that's the thing, like there's a lot more there's a lot of wisdom in the Book of Genesis stories, but at the same time you kind of notice how the Tower of Babel story, in terms of, people built a tower and then God cast them all away, and that's why they each had different languages. That's the thing. I feel like that's maybe a little bit of a, I forget what's the word in terms of like when people write like a plot, not a plot hole, but anyways, I feel like the more you study through these texts, and especially like we'll go through the ones about Moses in the next videos, it really does seem like the Book of Genesis it took a lot of these stories from the Kolbrin, but also like from the secretive priest in Egypt, and they were rewritten in a way to create new stories for this new nation. So in terms of just closing this video here, I just want to highlight how, in addition to accomplishing so much in what must have seemed like an impossible situation after the flood, we really get to learn that Osiris was truly genuine, noble, and humble. So here's a few passages that we had read before where it was from a prayer from Hosea, where it says, "Supreme One above greatness, who reads the hearts of men as an unrolled book, what can I ask for myself? I, who, though first in rank among my people, fall far below many of them in strength of soul. I am a man of battles and not a man of prayer. Therefore, I cannot know how I stand with you." And another passage where he says, "When I make an error affecting only myself, I do not complain about the consequences. But should I guide others into error, my heart will be torn apart." So that's the thing. Just that, like I said, I really see Osiris as just like one of the pinnacles of human beings, where, like I've discussed about his story and his situation and all that he did, and being betrayed by his own people and being near death. With all of that, he was still just so humble. And, we're here, like he says, when I make an error affecting only myself, I do not complain. But should I guide others into error, my heart will be torn apart, where he feels guilty if he misled people, because again, he understood just how much responsibility was on his shoulders. So Osiris taught what later became the same lessons from Moses and Jesus, where he taught that we are eternal souls, and that the fate of our soul and spirit depends on how we live our lives on earth. So we'll go through these passages here where it says, "First you learned that the soul self is quickened by soul substances outflowing from the Godhead, that the strong soul is transformed and molded to the soul's desire. But the weak soul is not its own master. It is flabby, unstable, and is pulled into a state of distortion by its own vices. In the afterlife, there is unbounded joy for the entry of a noble soul, for it will glow with splendor and stand out proudly. The mean soul of the wicked is dull-hued, twisted, and drab, and, being drawn towards its own compatible state, it shrinks into the dark places." So I just want to end this video by saying that, ultimately we really owe Osiris, along with Isis, Thoth, and Horus, so much for what they have contributed to humanity, and we would not have advanced to where we are today without them. Now, I like to say that, there's actually something we can do for Osiris, because he sincerely hoped that we would never allow ourselves to be consumed by materialism and our inner beasts. And so, we should honor him by living a good life and studying what he taught through his writings. I find that his wisdom still shines over 12,000 years later. So here it says, "Our masters taught that the soul of man is the seed of a spirit implanted within the body of a beast. Supreme One above greatness, send down the refreshing waters of your wisdom and compassion upon my people, that the seed may be nourished within them, to spring to life in the land of light. If the seed wither within the body or be consumed by the beast, we are condemned to the doom of everlasting nothingness. Let none of my people suffer this, for even the most wicked among them will be missed by others in the region of light. With that, we'll end this video, and I will see you in the next video where we begin speaking about Moses and ancient Egypt.